And welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the start of Group B this evening, but before we look ahead to tonight's action, let's remind ourselves what happened this afternoon. Of course, Martin Adams tops the group at the halfway stage. He is level on points with Jakesy going into tomorrow morning's session. Nico, we'll start with you. How impressed were you with Martin Adams today?
Typical day from Martin, really. Just doing what he does, picking off opponents, and then putting in the performances when he needed to. Against Yanis Mustafayev's of Latvia, it was a case of just doing what he needed to do. He didn't have to be spectacular, did his job, and I'm not surprised to see him at the top of the table. And I don't mean to be smug, but I did pick Jakesy and Adams to be at the top of the table at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think we all did, didn't we? But a word on Yanis as well, you know, coming into the second day, given how much he struggled today, that's going to be incredibly difficult to pick himself up, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He really did struggle. I'll be brutally honest. I hope he's not watching, but I can't see him winning a game tomorrow either. He's just going to have to probably put this one in the box of experience and then maybe go away and try and put things right on the practice board rather than trying to do it on the stage here.
Yeah, and he looked really down. He came and sat on the balcony to watch Martin Adams. Actually, Martin Adams' best performance of the day, that averaged just shy of a ton. He had his head in his hands. Probably not the ideal prep when you're playing him next to watch a performance like that when you're playing as he was.
No, probably not. But an average of like that for Martin Adams is not something new. He's been doing this for the best part of 40 years. But yes, the experience is there for him to gain, but if you are going to succeed here, you've got to be at a really high level. And that's exactly what we're going to get from Group B tonight.
And we have spoken, haven't we, about how beneficial this tournament can be if you're looking to get yourself back on the PDC circuit or if you just want some valuable experience. Can it work the other way from him? And how much could he struggle after tomorrow if things go the same way?
Yeah, again, I've looked at a few of his averages, performances on the Nordic and Baltic Tour, for example. It's a standard that he's producing quite repetitively. So I don't think he'll be too disheartened with the performance. He's obviously someone who's trying to improve, trying to do new things to improve, playing new things to improve, and he knows that he's got a higher ceiling to his game. We've seen him average in the 80s before. So I just hope that he kind of just takes it as experience and doesn't go away and think, oh, might as well pack up and not play again, because at the end of the day, some of the players he's playing are people that have had tour cards before, are people that have won world championships before, multiple times.
And he was one debutant. Jordan Brooks, a better display on debut here at the Super Series, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, feisty character, and he went out there and he gave it everything, and that's what you're going to get from Jordan. He's not going to be someone who will try and coast his way to 2, 3, or, you know, 4 wins. He's going to give everything in every match. And he's going to be in the mix tomorrow, but with 2 players coming through Group C, and you've got Jakesy and Wolfie at the top, those early matches in round 1 tomorrow are so important, because with Ryan Murray taking on Yanis Mustafayev's in Game 1, he could join that group on 8 points, and that's already 3 there, so it's going to be a melee.
Absolutely, and there was that little bit of needle, of course, between Mark McGeaney and Brooks in that match. We have spoken to Charlie Costafine, the referee, and it seems that he was fiddling with his darts in his hand. So maybe, was he trying to get in his head, or do you think, because he actually responded incredibly well, didn't he, Brooks, even though he went on to lose that match? That's just another bit of experience playing in this venue. Yeah,
whatever happened, it seemed to focus the mind for both players. My guess, I don't know, and I think if I asked both players, I'd get a different answer as well, so maybe we'll never know. But my guess is that he did it without realising he was doing it. So then when he's been sort of accused of something, he's got annoyed that his opponent's got annoyed at him, and they both think that the other one's in the wrong, and it actually seemed to focus the mind of both of them. But yeah, it was interesting, it was captivating, it's got the attention of us, I'm sure it got the attention of viewers at home, and they're going to play again in their first match tomorrow, so, you know, watch out.
Absolutely, and Group C concludes. We'll bring you that action from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, so make sure you tune in then. But tonight at 10 p.m, Group B gets underway. We've got Robert Thornton involved, someone you know very well. He's having a little laugh at you when you were having a throw earlier, wasn't he?
Robert's been laughing at me for 14 years now, but I don't expect that to stop, but the laughing will stop come 10 o'clock. He's got a really tricky first game against Rob Collins, who showed a level this week that maybe he has not been attaining too well in 2022. Good times for Rob. This is going to be a really interesting group. I really want to see Ryan Palmer do well, his debut tonight. But Stephen Burton and Robert Thornton will come into this group as favourites for good reason.
And Ryan Palmer, as Nico just said, on debut here. We've seen him get a tour card previously. We've seen a lot of him on the Challenge Tour as well. What are you expecting and what can we expect from him tonight?
Yeah, difficult one, as we've seen very varying performances from debutants recently. We've seen players like Daniel Closer earlier this week blow the field away, and then Yanis do the exact opposite this afternoon. I think Ryan will be somewhere in between. He's got a little bit of experience, but I think it's a tough group to get through. I agree with Paul. I think Stephen Burton and Robert Thornton are probably going to occupy the top 2 spots at the end of tomorrow night, and it's a fight for 3rd place between the other 3.
It most certainly is. We get underway from 10 p.m. this evening. Not long to wait. Come and join us on Sporty Stuff TV.
the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's the second session of the day, which means it's the start of Group B. We've got lots to look forward to this evening, but before we do that, we're going to take a reminder of Group A and how that finished, because we do, of course, have our first player through to finals night on Saturday. It is, of course, the debutant Daniel Closer. Really impressive. For those who maybe weren't watching from Monday through to Wednesday, how impressed were you with the Germans' performances?
If you didn't see it, all you've got to do is look at 5 players with a negative leg difference, and then Daniel sitting on 29 plus. It's the second best performance that we've seen in legs difference in the history of this tournament. The fact that he only got 24 points with that leg difference proves just how dominant he was in some of those games. An incredible week for the debutant, and I hope he had a really nice time in London sightseeing, because he's got another one ahead of him tomorrow before he comes back on Saturday.
He certainly has, and Group C got underway this morning. It is Martin Adams who's top of the table, joint on points with Peter Jakes at the halfway stage, and this man predicted that it would be those two at the top of the table. You must be feeling pretty smug right now.
Well, I might as well, because I very rarely get it right, but predicting Martin Adams to be top of the group, it's a bit of a sure thing most of the time, but in a group that was, I would say, slightly below par at times, Martin was always going to pick off these wins and get enough. And if he does the same tomorrow, he's going to be a shoo-in for Saturday night, which is exactly what the crowd is going to want to see. But I think there could be a bit of a melee behind him. It could be Ryan Murray, it could be Jordan Brooks, it could be Peter Jakes, it could be others, you just never know.
Yeah, from second to fifth there, you feel that any one of those could qualify with Martin Adams from that group, don't you?
I do. I think it all depends on the first couple of rounds tomorrow. I love the 2-day format of Group C. It's just a bit more cutthroat than the first 3 days of the week. And so much importance is placed on round 1 tomorrow because of who Ryan Murray's playing, the fact that Mark McGeaney and Jordan Brooks are playing each other in the same part of the table as well. And if Martin gets off to a slow start, he could be caught really quickly.
Absolutely, and we were talking about how level the field was for a lot of this morning's session, wondering who would be that player who raised their level significantly. It was Martin Adams with an average just shy of a ton in one of his games. But let's take a little look at how this afternoon and this morning panned out. Here's Chris Murphy to guide you through the highlights.
Ryan Murray made a bright start to the day, taking out this sweet 82 shot en route to a 4-2 victory over Martin Adams. Murray would go on to win 3 of his games, but Adams and Peter Jakes both enjoyed 4 victories from 5, the Yorkshireman landing the Shanghai finish in a whitewash win over Latvia's Yanis Mustafaevs, who only won 2 legs on a disastrous debut day. Jordan Brooks' first Super Series outing went rather better. This 110 checkout was a highlight in defeat to Jakes, but the Fleetwood flinger did pick up 4 points with triumphs over Mustafaevs and Murray. And there seemed to be no love lost in Brooks' battle with Mark McGeaney, however. The Gladiator won the marathon and then raced off the stage after his second win of Thursday and was not interested one bit in a darting debrief with the Sheriff. But there was no doubt about who the top dogs were on day 1 of Group C, as Wolfie and the Terrier battled it out in a top-of-the-table tungsten tussle, and it was Adams who won with the aid of a wonderful 140 finish to end the day level with his opponent and in the qualifying spots for finals night.
That is, of course, how Group C panned out this morning and this afternoon. Of course, at the halfway stage, it is Martin Adams who leads the way. But now it's time to tuck into Group B, and it is your pal Robert Thornton up first against Rob Collins. They've played 5 times in this tournament. It is just about Robert Thornton who has the better head-to-head, 3-2 in that one, but they're normally close games between these two.
I think it's a great way to start Group B, and I think with the way that Rob Collins finished up in Group A, getting himself into the Group B scenario instead of being in the bottom half, that's a good thing for him. But some of the performances on Wednesday were very encouraging. But when you look at what Rob's done this year, a couple of senior majors in the bank, he's also got a final of a Challenge Tour event very recently. He's in great nick, and this is going to be a great first game.
And Rob Collins really has improved, hasn't he, as the days have gone on. Here we can see him with a 160 checkout in that victory over Ryan Murray. Superb finish from him, but it's actually that aspect of his game that probably needs to improve.
Yeah, maybe. A lot of people have had really good doubling stats this week, but I suppose if you are going to come through this group, it's supposedly easier than coming through Group C because there are 3 places available. But when you look at the talent that's on show in this group and the experience of Burton and Thornton especially, and don't discount Greg Ritchie as well, who's in decent form, I just get the feeling that you are going to have to be really sharp over the next couple of nights. Some of these close matches that you're going to have are either going to make you or break you.
Most definitely. Right then, let's get into the action. Charlie Costafine, our referee, is ready. Chris Murphy is poised in the commentary box, and this man is going to run down to join him.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. We await the arrival of Paul Nicholson alongside me, but we don't have to wait any longer for the arrival of Robert Thornton. It's World Grand Prix week, of course, in PDC darts, and Robert Thornton, a man who famously won that title. It's now 7 years ago this week since Robert Thornton defeated Michael van Gerwen to take that crown, his 2nd PDC major title, his 3rd big televised title all told, and now here he is plying his trade at the Super
Series. First leg, it's Robert Thornton to throw first. Game on.
And looking to trip up Rob Collins in this opening match. Collins taking a stumble before the game starts.
140.
Thornton wasting no time in finding the treble. But yeah, it's a different kind of situation for Thornton to the one that he was experiencing in Dublin 7 years ago
45.
This week. But he has since picked up another couple of TV titles. It doesn't have to be just in the Games Elite. He always will be known as one of the Games Elite. Robert Thornton, of course, has a couple of seniors titles under his belt as well. And maybe, just maybe, could be crowned the first ever champion of the Super Series in a couple of weeks' time.
Put it this way, Murph, I wouldn't be surprised. Anything that Robert does is no shock.
57.
14 years he's been a PDC top guy, but obviously he won the World Masters before that. I count myself to be very lucky to have shared so many practice rooms with him and so many stages. But don't be fooled. Just because he's a little bit older now doesn't mean he's lost his way.
44.
He's still a vastly talented player.
And he is the type of player that seems to produce his best stuff when he's backed against the wall. He's not the type you should write off. Just think of that UK Open win 10 years ago now.
Robert, you require 120.
You know the line, don't you? Nobody puts Robert in the corner. And he will do everything
80.
to leave tops. He's had this game plan his whole career. And at times in the last 15 years, he has been noted as the best double top hitter on the
100.
planet.
Robert, you require 40.
Well, can he stake a claim for that mantle once more? That one says no. That one agrees.
20. Rob, you
and then
require
the over adjustment
158.
is too big, and it allows Collins an outside opportunity.
Would have been a heck of a steal, but looking increasingly unlikely.
96. Robert, you require 20.
It was the weight of the dart that let Robert down on the top
Game shot on the first leg.
The weight of the
Robert
dart is not
Thornton.
so much a problem on double 10, is it? Just have to get the line a little bit right, and there you go. 1-0 Thornton in 19
Second
darts
leg, it's
for
Rob
this first
Collins
leg
to throw
of the evening
first.
session.
Game on.
Interestingly, double top at the Super Series in all of the matches that Robert Thornton has played. He's thrown at it more than 750 times.
59.
38.28%. So not quite at that level that he used to be, particularly the level that he had when he was hitting it at both ends of the leg when he won the Grand Prix in 2015.
Still not bad, though, when you think about the doubles percentages of the players on the whole. 38% is above average.
135.
Of course, not only did he win the Grand Prix, he hit a 9-darter there as well. Starting to think about him hitting one here, but the 5th dart was just above the treble. And almost in disappointment and protest, Thornton slung the 6th one in the big one.
You just reminded me, actually, Murph, there was a lot made on social media in the last week about you referencing the 4th dart.
Ah, yes, I was quoted in some podcast, apparently.
95.
They didn't like the 4th dart.
Well, I don't
metaphor.
care. I don't care about that. I absolutely love the 4th dart, and it's been part of our vernacular for years.
You'd have loved the 4th dart when you were playing.
180.
Sometimes I needed it against Robert.
Robert, you require 145.
Well, 180's exchange in this leg. That gets Collins back into it. And rightly all the talk is about
121.
darting royalty that is Robert
70.
Thornton. But Rob Collins will attempt to be a thorn in his side here. Just knocked out of his stride a little there, but refocuses. And we'll be looking at the same target that Thornton so often does, although he can only see about 2/3 of it.
30. Robert, you require
This is turning
24.
into a very tricky encounter for Rob Collins. How did that not go in?
No
How
score.
did that one not go in? Wow, 3 magnetised to the out wire, and look
Robbie
at Rob
required
Collins.
40.
Mr. Animation.
Yeah, we are going to see some expressions in this game. From the pair of them, Thornton always wears his heart on his sleeve as well.
Game shot on the second leg.
But
Rob
there
Collins.
is the first little... Oh, I haven't even got a name for it yet.
Do you know what? It's the Conor McGregor style thing, isn't it?
Third leg,
Just
it's
giving
Robert
it a
Thornton
proper
to throw
stare down.
first.
Yeah, Collins is
Game on.
notorious for it as well.
Well, maybe that should be his nickname. But he's known as Man of Steel because he works in the steel industry.
140.
Well, this tells you everything about matches between this pair, I think. They've played 5 times before at the Super Series. Thornton has won 3 of them. But the 2 that Rob Collins has won, he's won in last leg deciders.
I was on Sporty Stuff
100.
TV a little bit earlier tonight, and I was asked for 3 picks. The first one was related to this match, and I thought 13-8 for Rob Collins to beat
58.
Thornton was pretty inviting, considering Rob's played the last 3 morning sessions. He's in pretty good nick. There was a possibility that he could
57.
catch Thornton a little bit cold. And looking at the head-to-head record, it was pretty tight. Stephen Burton and Thornton later on in match 6 to have more than 2.5 180s at 5-4, and Stephen Burton to win this group at 2-1. Just remember, it is for over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information on that, and please gamble
100.
responsibly.
Rob, you require 126.
To back up the assets analysis. Collins was trying to hunt down a treble to leave himself the
58.
ball.
Robert, you
Thornton
require
on
104.
104. Now, I'm surprised that he is not one of the players that employs this 16s route on that checkout, because it would leave him on tops, finding 1 treble and 1 single, but he never has.
Couldn't agree more.
56.
Could not agree
Rob, you
more.
requires 68.
Collins gets 1 at tops.
Game shot on the
Break
third
of
leg.
throw, and there
Rob
it is. He's going
Collins.
full Man of Steel right there. Look at this. He is box
Fourth leg,
office,
it's Rob
this
Collins
guy,
to
isn't
throw
he?
first.
Something to
Game
behold,
on.
isn't it? He mentioned that he'd beaten Michael Van Gerwen
96.
to win the World Grand Prix on this week 7 years ago now, Robert Thornton. Well, it's like he's playing Michael Van Gerning now.
Who would win in a gurning contest between Rob
41.
Collins and Michael Van Gerwen? We'll have to get some expert judges in.
To the whole old Harry Hill. There's only one way to find out.
Good performance so far. 87 average for
85.
Collins. 85 for Thornton. Just finding his prolific range in that inner ring
96.
segment. So he's a little bit vulnerable now that he's lost his throw.
Yeah, it was, I think, a disappointing afternoon session based on some of the stuff we saw yesterday.
137.
Thought maybe Murray might bring a little bit more, although he ended the day well. I thought that we might see a little bit more from McGeaney and
45.
Brooks. We didn't know what to expect from Mustafayevs, who had a disastrous debut day. But little know that there has been light for Latvia, hasn't there, this evening over in Leicester?
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad for MODUS Razma, who beat Daryl Gurney, the former
81.
Grand Prix champion, to make the quarterfinals on debut. Really big congratulations for MODUS, who's a lovely chap.
100.
Flies the flag for Latvia
Robbie
brilliantly.
required 102.
Rob Collins here. He's threatening Thornton in the opening match.
That's where I don't mind people going for the bullseye on the 82 with 2.
86.
Because Thornton's not on a finish. Ordinarily, if someone's on a finish, the right thing to do is to go for the 42. But I'll leave a 39 and a bit of pressure. Maybe.
Yeah, that
Game
was the right thing to do,
fourth
but so was
lane.
that. And Rob
Rob
Collins is running right at the moment. Robert Thornton caught cold.
Well, he's not making any noise when he does that, 'cause that's respectful
Game on.
aggression towards his opponent. If he was bellowing that with noise, I'm sure the opponents would have something to say about it. But he's doing
81.
that to mimic an atmosphere that he feels he plays best in. And there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. He's just trying to, like I said earlier in the week, squeeze the lemon for all it's got.
81.
Well, a little bit of extra motivation for himself. That's the way he enjoys playing. Carry on. We enjoy watching it.
100.
They've actually made 6 finals nights each, which is a pretty good effort. When you think about Thornton's greatness, well, Collins has made as many Saturday nights as Robert has.
140.
Having said that, Robert's got a win on a Saturday night, which was in Champions Week in Phase 5 last year. The best effort from Collins is a runners-up spot in Phase 6 last year, and Thornton's not finished yet.
Yeah, played some brilliant stuff that week. Robert Thornton, remember that.
96.
shows
Robert, you require 100.
A really high level. Just not quite as often as he used to.
60.
And he's shown it with the setup there in the last 9 darts. 140, 180, and then 6 city leave tops.
You can't relinquish the game immediately. Robert knows from his experience
60.
of playing with us the
Robert,
last
you
couple of
require
years
40.
that even losing it tight could be a big factor in leg difference at the end of this group. That is so close to the double 10.
20.
And look at it bounce off it. It was
Robert, you
almost too
require
close.
124.
Well, maybe Thornton won't be losing tight. Maybe, to pinch your phrase, Collins will be winning big. Oh, well, he should have been having a throw at the bull.
One of the 7 deadly sins. Greed.
97. Robert, you
Well, it got
require
even worse.
20.
The last dart inadvertently
Game
in the
shot on
double,
the
that
fifth
one
leg.
intentionally in the
Robert
double.
Thornton.
And Rob Collins knows that he's made a mess with the last couple of darts. And now has to fend off a Thornton
Sixth leg,
fight
it's Rob
back.
Collins to throw first.
And what's he up to
Game
in the
on.
corner of the screen there, Robert Thornton?
Might have damaged a stem or a flight, something like that. Might have lost a flight protector.
85.
I've never known Robert to be badly prepared. He's one of the most meticulous players I've ever met. Honestly, you should see him folding his
100.
darts towel over his darts case. It's almost hypnotic. I've travelled the world with Robert. Been to America, Canada, Australia, all over the place with him.
60.
He is tremendous company. He's really funny as well. He's become a really good friend of mine over the last 15 years.
95.
Collins is just
85.
relentless on that treble 20 bet. He doesn't seem to miss it a great deal. He's been really good on the outer ring, 60% so far.
43.
But Thornton has had his chances. 9 misses so far in this match. He can't afford to be doing that all the time over the next couple of nights.
Bit of breaking news from the World Grand Prix, which we've been mentioning. In reference to Robert Thornton's win.
135.
Gerwyn Price, the world #1, the favourite to win that title, has just won the last 6 legs of his match against Joe Cullen
99.
to win it
Robbie
3-2 in
required
sets.
136.
Wowza.
I thought you might be saying wowzer again in a moment there.
78.
As Collins threatened a big
Robbie
finish.
required
Thornton needs
164.
an even bigger one to stay in the match. And it's not going to happen.
Well, I heard a word tonight from one of our commentary colleagues in
128.
Leicester, and the
Robbie
word is
required 58.
perambulate. And it's something that Rob Collins does on the stage. He'd be doing it even more for you at tops.
Game,
And he
shot,
does.
And the match.
He gets the win
Rob
over Robert
Collins.
Thornton. It's head shaking for the Scot, but the man from West Sussex has got the first win of Group B. It was a really good contest that involved, well, 6 legs, and it also had 5 maximums in there. The doubling from Collins, ultimately the separator at 57%. But Collins gets off to a flyer. Thornton has got stuff to think about before he takes on debutant Ryan Palmer in match 3. But before that, we will have Stephen Burton, one of the men who was here on launch night a few weeks ago, and he's up against Greg Ritchie, who graduated from Group A. That'll be coming up after the break.
good evening and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Rob Collins get the better of the Group B favourite Robert Thornton. A 4-2 victory for him in that one. We said at the start of the evening that his finishing needed to be better, and he certainly responded to that. 57% checkout success in that match, pinning tops to get over the line, a double that's really been his friend so far this week. He's improved as the week has gone on, and that certainly proved to be the case there as well. An average just above 88 in that victory over Robert Thornton. A really important victory to start his Group B campaign. Next up, we've got Stephen Burton against Greg Ritchie. Of course, Burton was part of the opening night here at the MODUS Super Series. He actually lost one of his darts down the smoke machine that night. He has now got that back. As for Greg Ritchie, if you were with us from Monday to Wednesday, you'll know that his finishing stats have been superb all week, and of all the players involved in Group B, he does have the best doubling percentage. So is he going to be able to continue with that clinical finishing at the back end of legs? We'll certainly find out in this next match. Charlie Corstefine, our match referee, is ready up on the stage with the two players. Let's hand back over to Nico and Murph.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, that smoke machine. I just started to wonder if my car key might actually be down there. Stephen Burton losing a dart on launch night. You can see the 4 square holes at the back of the stage, and I inexplicably, unbelievably have lost not my entire car key somewhere in this venue, but just the bit that you need to actually start the engine. Who will start their engine better in this one? It was a great start for Rob Collins, racing past Robert Thornton in a result that was actually picked out by Paul Nicholson in his pre-night chatter on Sporty Stuff TV. Fair play to the assets. So let's see if he can carry on with the perfect predictions. Which way do you see this one going, Paul?
Well, let's keep calm and carry on. England versus Scotland. It is once again. And the only person we haven't seen on the hockey so far yet is debutant Ryan Palmer. But this is a really interesting game. Stephen Burton will be one of the favourites for this group, rightly so.
100.
One, because he's a good player. Secondly, he's played on this stage before, a few weeks ago. Third, he has 44. The best win percentage of any player in this group this year, and it's at 64%, Murph. Anybody over the 60% mark who's played 43. A lot of games, they are doing bits. And he has the best running average as well of 89.99. So we have to take note of that. Plus the fact, 59. Like Thornton, he has won a Champions Week this year. Or in the last 12 months. Stevens was this year, Roberts was last year.
83.
Yeah, it really has been impressive.
I just want to bring something to a lot of our fans' attention as well. When you think about form in 2022, you have 96. To look deeper and to see who they beat en route to wins. So look at the Champions Week of Phase 3, the night that Stephen Burton won. And before we get there,
140.
He also won week 1 of that phase. So he double dipped. But who did he beat in Champions Week night? Graham Usher, Kieran Tian, Chaz Barstow, Darryl Pilgrim and Nathan Gervin. Only one of those players isn't in the Champions Week coming.
Yeah, great point. And this would be a great start to back up the point.
115. Greg, you require 164.
Well, 2 of the darts were really good, so maybe he wants to throw the 3rd one back down the hole.
Not the aim of the game. You don't have to get it in the hole. You got to get it in the bowl, or the requisite target anyway.
Well, double 10 will be the target when Bertie comes
90.
Back.
Stephen, you require 20.
They are quite distinctive darts as well, so it will be a problem for someone like him to lose one.
Stephen Burton.
A few grooves in there, but Burton is in the groove at the start of this one and in the lead.
I think they're an old Merv dart.
Second leg, it's Greg
the
to
old
throw first.
Data dart version. It looks like a set that I used to have. That's why I recognise them. But it just goes to show, doesn't it? If you're going to buy a new set of darts,
43.
Buy 2. Because if you do lose one, you can always get another one from the other case, can't you?
Yeah, there have been some interesting
96.
scenarios. We do like to share little anecdotes and stories here at the the Super Series, and one of my favourites was Justin Pipe against Mark Walsh at Ali Pali when one of Pipe's darts broke, and he didn't have a spare set, didn't have a spare dart at all, and he used a spare of Walsh's, completely different design.
Yeah, small, dumpy, small pointed darts for Walshy, and Justin Pipe was using one of the longest points in darts history. It was more like a knitting needle.
Who was the fella that used to put his darts in the fridge?
99.
Stuart Kellett.
That's right.
He's someone I'd like to see here, you know. I have to extend an invite to the former British
95.
Masters runner-up. UK Masters even, not British Masters. It was at Minehead about 10 years ago. Can you believe that?
Yeah, well, maybe it can be pretty cold down there, so maybe you got the feel for the temperature, and that's what sparked the trend of putting darts in fridge pre-match.
Well, if you're
101.
watching, Stu, I hope you're well.
Stephen, you
but
require
get in touch.
170.
Yeah, let us know what that's all about.
I haven't shared a tight pants joke with him for a while.
130.
Baby
Greg
fish to
requires
leave tops
78.
from Bertie.
Well, it'll be 20 to leave tops. Can see a way
Game
past.
shot on the second leg. Greg Ritchie.
And he used the clear route to land the dart in the double and level the match at one apiece.
Third leg,
When
it's
you
Stephen to
look
throw first.
At who
Game on.
was in the top half of Group A this week, there was a distinct difference between the group of Closer, Collins and Ritchie
100.
to the others that didn't make Group B, the likes of Murray, Jakes and McGeaney. It was the doubling. And if you look at Greg Ritchie, 15 games played on Monday, Tuesday and
57.
Wednesday, and he was exactly 40% on doubles. That's world class.
Yeah, very strong showing from Greg Ritchie.
100.
I was having a wee chat with Greg earlier. Lovely young fella. We were talking about his good pal Darren
44.
Beveridge, who I had a bit of a natter with this afternoon. Darren's on the comeback trail. Be good to see him back here maybe next year.
30.
You mentioned those players in the Champions Week that Stephen Burton won. Players in that week that he won were incredible, weren't they? Jim
100.
McEwen, one of them. Scott Williams, another.
Yeah, more people who are in Champions Week coming up. Scott Williams is there.
Yeah, we were talking
41.
earlier this afternoon about darting terminology. Now, Scott Williams does one that I'm not sure whether people know what it is. Do you know what a shotgun blast is?
I can't say that I do.
Throwing all three darts at once,
Ah.
which is what Williams does with his last practice visit, isn't it? A little quirk of his.
59.
One of many quirks. It's one of the reasons why I like watching Scott, because he is extremely quirky.
60.
Well, just 60. It leaves 170. I just get a feeling we're going to see these kind of things this evening. Often we can have a flat session followed by some fireworks.
80.
That's really unfortunate for Greg. It does
Stephen,
get him
you
to a finish,
require
but it could have been a
170.
little bit easier than a 161. But yeah, we may get something like this evening. I would not be surprised to see a lot of maximums
40. Greg, you require
in the game between Burton
161.
and Thornton. That's in match number 6.
Well, some say that the 161 is the hardest finish
99.
on the dartboard.
Stephen, you require 130.
Couldn't take out the big fish, Stephen Burton, but he did hit the baby fish to leave the double in the previous leg. Now he's looking to finish it.
120. Greg, you requires 62.
You have plenty of options on 62. Depends if you like tops or double 16. It's going to be tops.
Game shot on the third
Beautifully
leg.
done. Again, he's
Ritchie.
so sharp on the outer ring. He's not the highest scorer of anybody this week, but when he gets his chances, he's lethal.
Fourth leg, it's Greg to throw
Yeah,
first.
Thornton-esque on double
Game
top,
on.
and I'm talking circa 2015 for Robert Thornton.
you think Greg looks up to the likes of Thornton?
140.
You know, a night like tonight could be a big deal for him.
I would imagine
sharing
so.
the hockey with one of the greatest of all time in Scotland.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It's a strange
100.
thing, isn't it? Because you don't expect to get the opportunity to play against such greats of the game like Martin Adams this afternoon and Robert Thornton tonight in what is not the top tier of darts.
42.
The darts has never been stronger. It's never had so much strength in depth.
100.
Well, you just look at last year's qualifying school qualification list and mark down how many of those players played in the Super Series before going to Q School and getting PDC Tour cards. And you'll see, I think,
57.
even more in 2023.
I've even heard mutterings from really good players who might lose their tour
91.
privileges, and they're already saying, look, if I can't get my card back, I'll look forward to playing here. It's become very important in people's thinking.
56.
It's part
Stephen,
of people's
you require
plans.
170.
The players battling out for
100.
their share of £1 million in fees and prize money over the course of a year for the Super Series.
You almost said that with your little finger to your mouth, Dr. Evil style, didn't you? £1 million.
94.
Yeah, our
Stephen,
share
you
of it
require
isn't
70.
a very high percentage, I can assure you of that.
Tops for Bertie.
50.
Oh, now watch out.
Greg, you require
Greg
112.
could be in to pounce to try and do what Rob Collins did in taking out a weekly debutant by being the man with the experience. Now, Greg, you don't have to go 60. You could go for the 54 for 38. Now, I hope you watch this back, Greg.
56.
Just
Stephen, you
understand that there
require
are
20.
other treble to double combos available if you need them.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
it turns
leg.
out that he may well have
Stephen
needed it.
Burton.
Burton getting away with that as he levels the match. Stephen Burton at 2-2 with
Fifth
a
leg,
break
it's
back
Stephen to throw first.
against Greg
Game
Ritchie. And yeah, I think that's a really good point that Paul Nicholson has just made there. 92 remaining with 2 darts. A blocked treble 20, treble 18, double 19
60.
is an option.
It would be the kind of thing that Stephen would do. He's a very creative counter. From the county of Suffolk, of course, which has many a great player.
134.
Andrew Gilding, Peter Wright, Ryan Meikle.
And Gilding, of course, who recently reached the final on the European Tour in the PDC.
100.
I think you'll see all of those players at the World Championship this year.
You will, and they're all players that had this concept been around at other times, may have ended up being part of it.
140.
Yeah, it's so true. Even Peter Wright, back around 2012, when he was only just starting to get his stuff together,
140.
but there was a risk that he was going to walk away from the sport. And maybe if this had been around then, like you mentioned, Murph, he would have been a great acquisition for that. But as it turns out, things got pretty good for Peter Wright over the last 10 years. He's
57.
picked up a stack of titles, 7 European Tour events, a couple of Worlds, and a few other things as well.
Yeah, and over the previous decade, and it's an overused word in
130.
sport, but he really
Greg, you
was
require
the epitome of a darting
170.
journeyman. Well, the amount of times we've left 170 and not threatened it.
Honestly,
134.
quite incredible how many
Stephen, you require
big approaches
71.
we've seen from that number. And how many chances there've been in it. Double 10's a big shot.
51.
Oh, it doesn't scare it.
Greg, you require 36.
Treble 17 was just slipped in right in the corner, wasn't it?
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And that is,
Greg Ritchie.
once again, perfect on the outer ring for Greg Ritchie. We were talking about
Sixth leg, it's Greg to throw first.
players being
Game on.
in the money. Greg Ritchie is on the money in this game, but somebody could pocket £25,000 in the space of a couple of weeks. Someone gets through this group, wins
81.
finals night, and then goes on to win Champions League. That's 25 grand.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to get there. First, you've got to get to the Saturday night in your week. Stephen's already been to the final, but he lost to Kieran Tian. So he's got to do all the yard work again, get to Saturday night, win the Saturday night. Then in Champions Week, what you've got to do is you've got to get through your group again,
99.
then win the finals night. It's not easy at all. It's a lot of darts to get to the end of the rainbow, but the rewards are incredible.
100.
Actually could win more than that if you hit a 9-darter on the way. There is a rolling prize fund for a perfect leg on Champions Week here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I believe it's £1,000 now, so you can get 26,000 quid.
Yeah, apologies
57.
to Conor Heenahan, who's actually hit 2 this calendar year and is looking to catch up with Gerwyn Price, who's, I mean, it makes you sick, doesn't it? Is it 4 9-darters on the telly?
123.
Yeah, hasn't hit one in a while.
Yeah, time yet this weekend.
Oh, we'd love to get a double start one. Add one to the collection.
Well, many of them end on 144, not the double start ones.
122.
Well, that
Stephen,
was an
you require
interesting play.
144.
Yeah, he was trying to leave himself on 170, but the treble gave him something a little bit
60.
easier.
Greg, you require 142.
Which way now? Stays on that treble 20 and he may stay on it again.
I don't think that was the right play. That dart flattened out
95.
ever so slightly.
Stephen, you require
And maybe
84.
going to the 42 again was the right play there. As for Bertie, that's a great adjustment.
64.
He's had so many
Greg, you
chances in this
require
game. He's missed 7
47.
shots at double.
Yeah, and Greg Ritchie hasn't missed any shots at double.
Game,
And that
shots,
continues
and
right
the
to the
match.
end. A
Greg
perfectly
Ritchie.
pitched dart at double top. An absolutely flawless display of finishing from Scotland's Greg Ritchie to beat Stephen Burton in the opening match. And we've had a couple of interesting results in the first 2 games here. The pre-group favourites, Robert Thornton and Stephen Burton, both going down by 4-2 scorelines to players who averaged less than them. But the one stat that matters is always the checkouts, and it's 7 missed for Burton and 4 out of 4 for Ritchie. Thornton will return looking for his first win in the next match. He takes on a debutant here at the Super Series, Ryan the Lion Palmer.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where we've just seen Greg Ritchie get the better of Stephen Burton in our second match of the evening. A really interesting start to the evening session with the two favourites to top Group B coming into this evening's action, both losing out in their first game. There you can see confirmation of that Greg Ritchie win, his highest out in that one, the 78 in the second leg, and his finishing remained clinical throughout the match with some key 140s at the right time in that one as well. A really flawless display at times from him. 100% checkout success in that match to get his first 2 points of the session. As Murph said in commentary, it was Burton with the better average in that one, but crucially it was Ritchie who was better towards the back end of legs in that one. So then a debutant up next in Ryan Palmer. He's taking on Robert Thornton. They've played actually in the UK qualifiers, in 2017, and they actually played in a Players' Championship event in 2014 as well. It was Robert Thornton who came out on top in both of those fixtures, but we do know that Palmer has a consistent level between the mid-80s and high 90s. So what will he produce in his debut performance in the Super Series here? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Murph.
Yes, thanks, Abby. Good pals, these two. They've been in a few practice areas together before, but unfamiliar territory for the lefty from Bristol. Great to have Ryan here. He's a very amiable chap. And this is a big test for the man who also uses 28-gram darts, just like our good friend from Scotland earlier on, Ryan Murray. So what is it about Ryan's using heavy darts? But 26 grams for Thornton, 28 for Ryan. I said it earlier in the week, Murph. Heavy darts are making a comeback.
Well, let's
First
have a
leg,
little
it's Ryan
talk
to
through
throw
the
first. Game on.
tungsten terminology, Paul, because what is the difference? What is the reason why a player would choose a heavier dart? Say you were starting out in the game. I often
41.
hear it said that you're better off throwing something a bit heavier to start with than something really light.
I would say start with something around 22 and just go from there.
134.
It's all personal preference. We've seen players use as little as 12 grams, but then people
99.
go as heavy as 32. It's all about finding that piece of equipment that works best. Now, through the career of Thornton, he's always thrown a 26-gram dart.
60.
But what we have with both of these guys is a heavy barrel and a lot of grip.
85.
Have you ever subscribed to the tungsten tinkering for different atmospheres, for example? I know there are players who have added a bit of weight
83.
for a different kind of setting, particularly the outdoor one in Dubai. I think Gary Anderson made his darts heavier.
Yeah, I did play a bit of outside darts in
140.
Australia where we played in stadiums, but I just stuck with what I knew, and changing the weight of dart for me is quite rare.
100.
And at the minute,
Ryan,
I'm
you
still trying to
require
figure out the exact weight that I
136.
need. We're talking about tenths of a gram.
Well, remember, this is the second game of the
58.
night for
Robert,
Robert
you
Thornton.
require
Lost his first
124.
one, and you only play 4 in a session in Group B. So will not want to be losing his first 2,
91.
knowing
Ryan,
that
you
he can only
require
finish with a
78.
50% strike rate at best. And he's missed the ball to win the first leg in this one.
Game shot on the first
And Palmer
leg.
doesn't have to wait
Ryan
too long to get his
Palmer.
first leg on the board. That's a very solid 18 darter. Thornton's got problems once again.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game
And a
on.
shake of the head from the Scotsman before he approaches the hockey, having had the chance to break Palmer in leg 1. And this match is a meeting,
100.
by the way, between the man who is nicknamed the Lion, Ryan Palmer, and a man who was once described by his
43.
poetic wife, Christine, as a pit bull with the heart of a lion. I think it's one of the greatest lines ever in this sport.
I absolutely love Christine.
85.
She never has liked the limelight, but she's got some lines. And do you know what? She's
81.
absolutely right. I would be astounded if anybody was to disagree with that. I've known Robert a long time, and I know dart
80.
players who've known him even longer than I have, and everybody would agree. He is tenacity personified.
Yeah, that is the word to describe Robert Thornton. A real tenacious tungsten terrier. And he will not balk from any challenge. Even if he does end up losing his first couple of matches, he will still feel that it's in his hands to make it through to finals night. And when he gets there, he'll feel he's more than capable of winning it.
100. Robert, you require 56.
This is more like it. Double top.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
exactly what he's looking for. 15-dart hold, but he does have to break Ryan at some point. I like the shirt that the Lion is wearing. He's a nice chap, is Ryan. He is from a bit of a hotbed of darts over in Bristol. There's a lot going on there with darts at the minute. With Steve Brown, obviously the 1988 world champion. Bob Anderson is from that region in Clevedon.
Yeah, Brown actually was almost the first man to produce a perfect leg on this stage. Did it
55
on the Thursday afternoon, didn't he? Missed the double 18, only for Conor Heenan then to produce the 9-darter on the Thursday evening.
135.
I'm not going to forget about Mark Durbridge, by the way, the former world master, who over the last few days has announced that he's going to be in the World Seniors Championship in February at the Circus Tavern. And of
56.
course, it is Robert Thornton who will be defending that title. When you get that trophy, you don't want to let that thing go.
Yeah, unless he goes to qualifying school and gets his tour card back. And we know that Robert Thornton does harbour that ambition.
Yeah, he thinks he's still capable of getting to the top, and I'm not going to say he can't.
There's something wrong about a tournament where the player's not there to defend their title, Paul, isn't there?
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But one thing is for sure, Ryan Palmer has started very well
110.
Here this evening. He is so left dominant with his
70.
action. He does everything left-sided. He takes
60.
the darts out of the board with his left side as well as throwing. That's quite rare. Usually players use their opposite hand. But Thornton's back on tops. He takes the darts out with his left hand, being a right-hander, just to prove my point. And that's a 14-darter to get that break exactly when he wanted it.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I don't know how it feels to have that kind of sporting left-sided dominance. My old football coach always used to say I had 2 left feet.
Sorry if you were using your left foot as well as Chris Waddle.
It's actually my favourite footballer, Chris Waddle.
He was mine as a kid as well, yeah.
60.
Waddler was brilliant when he was playing for Newcastle. Then he went to Spurs.
And he became a legend at my beloved Sheffield Wednesday.
I don't think Robert cares about football.
96.
Yeah, I've never heard him discussing that particular beautiful game, but he plays this one beautifully, and he's put himself in a good position. And you know
60.
what? Even though he lost his first match, he's playing very well this evening. He's playing better than we've seen anybody else play so far today.
Absolutely right. How
80.
dare that dart find the floor. But you do see that with heavy darts sometimes when you've got 52 grams of tungsten clattering together. It can get a bit violent.
Abby mentioned they played a couple of games
59.
in the middle of last decade, but Robert Thornton really was at the peak of his powers then. You would have expected him to have rolled over Ryan Palmer.
125.
Almost his second maximum in this match for Ryan, who shares his name, funnily, with a very famous American golfer. Ryan Palmer, who's been on the PGA Tour for quite a few years.
83.
He's from Texas, 46 years of age. And he's a very, very good golfer. So...
And of course, Robert shares his with a famous jockey,
Robert,
doesn't he?
Require 125.
Chock Thornton.
That's what we call him anyway. We call him Chocolate.
85. Ryan, you require 136.
That'll do nicely, tops to leave tops. Once he starts hitting that, then it's ominous for the opponent, isn't it? He didn't hit it in the first match.
71. Robert,
the double top has
40.
been activated by the Thorn.
Simple as that. It's going to be 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Robert Thornton.
when he's playing well, tops is inevitable.
Yeah, and we saw against Collins, it was missed low, wasn't it? On almost every occasion. I think
Fifth
the
leg,
first
it's
two
Ryan to
darts
throw
were
first.
almost in that
Game
camera
on.
above the board. But then after that, it was missed low.
That would make for an interesting shot if someone did hit the camera.
100.
I like how Robert as well is still sporting the
57.
old school bowling style shirt, because not many players do that anymore. Steve Beaton, Andrew Gilding, who
60.
was wearing a black and yellow bowling shirt and had done for well over 10 years. Even he's gone to a more sporty looking
60.
zip version now. So he's a bit of a turncoat. But the Thorn, sticking with the bowling style shirt, I don't mind that whatsoever.
140.
Mid-80s average for Ryan. Thornton's has come down a good 10 points.
140.
But it doesn't really matter because he does have a two-leg buffer in this contest. One thing I will say, Murph, is that the first dart of Ryan Palmer in this game has been
100.
excellent.
Yeah. And that can be very good for confidence. You might have a bit more confidence in getting a result in this match with Thornton where he is.
140.
Oh, that's really good thinking.
Ryan, you
He knew that the 51 would
101.
leave the 130, which everybody fancies. However, it's double 16,
69.
and Ryan,
Robert, you
is thinking
require 130.
he might be out of this game if Robert finds the bull.
105.
And he almost does.
Ryan, you require 32.
Double 16 to extend the encounter. Now double 8, and it's getting trickier and trickier.
Game shot.
But he's found a way. What a shot
Ryan
that is.
Palmer.
Opened up a route to that double by stepping across the hockey and deliver the dart absolutely perfectly.
Quite a rapid
Sixth leg. It's Robert to throw first.
bunch of players tonight, isn't it? Ryan gets
Game
on with it. Robert's never been slow.
Now, do you know what you were doing 10 years ago today, Paul?
Okay, 6th
57.
of October 2012. I do know it's my parents' wedding
81.
anniversary. That's got nothing to do with it. 2012.
Well, you weren't.
Was it the quarterfinals of the Grand Prix?
100.
It wasn't, but a quarter-final just eluded you that day. It was the tournament before the Grand Prix, the Players' Championship double-header
58.
in Dublin that they used to have there.
Oh, did I play Phil Taylor twice in a weekend?
You lost to Michael van Gerwen, believe it or not, just before he went on to win the Grand Prix. But the reason I bring it up
134.
is because in the final, Van Gerwen beat Robert Thornton 6-5.
Do you know what? I was playing well at the time. Michael was.
100.
So was Robert. We were actually practicing together, the three of us, at the World Grand Prix that year, and we were all having a whale of a time. I think that might have been the year
124.
where Robert played Phil Taylor in the Grand Prix, and it's one of the greatest double start games ever. It was astonishing. And Robert beat Phil.
95.
Second time
Robert, you
on a
require
big TV
86.
stage in about 3 months.
Is he about to beat Ryan Palmer and pick up his first win on this stage? Double 7 says yes.
79.
But single 7 says no.
Ryan, you
There's
require
2 match starts missed now in 2
167.
different legs. One at the bull, one at double 7. Hang on a minute.
Game shot.
Biggest
on the
finish of the
sixth
week so
leg.
far.
Ryan
What a
Palmer.
shot from Ryan Palmer. Woo! Where did that come from?
Well, Robert Thornton
Seventh and final
seemingly
leg.
had
It's
this
Ryan to throw
showdown in the
first.
palm of
Game
his
on.
hand, and it was snatched away by Palmer with that oasis of excellence.
140.
He's causing all sorts of bother for Thornton. He's now got the darts, and Thornton's going to need maybe a 12 darter just to get the win.
100.
If Robert walks away with no points from the first 50% of his games tonight, he's going to be seething.
43.
Will it be the seething Scot losing out to the brilliant Bristolian in match 3? We've already
58.
seen Thornton get beaten 4-2 by Rob Collins despite 3 maximums and an average north of 90. He's in that range again here, but under serious threat
42.
of losing for the second time today. And we also saw the other favourite to top the group table, Stephen Burton, get beaten 4-2 by Greg Ritchie.
100.
I like weird nights, though. Unpredictable nights. It's going to make the second half of the matches tonight going to be really interesting.
59.
Yeah, the next one is Burton versus Collins. So whoever wins that match will find themselves sitting... Sorry, if Collins wins that match, he'll be sitting pretty at the top of the table.
86.
Oh, bad collision with his own dart to leave 157. It could have been so much more.
60.
Palmer
Robert,
has
you
let the
require
darts go.
157.
Thornton may have 6 darts from here, but Palmer's got a finish that is easier than the last one he hit.
Ryan, you require
The game was saved
157.
with the 167. It won't be won with the 157. But Robert Thornton
91.
will be feeling
you
like he
require
really needs to
64.
find this treble 8 with dart 1. He has. 2 at tops.
Game,
And only
shot,
needs 1.
And the match.
And Robert Thornton survives a
Thornton.
real scare there. A fantastic end to a great game of darts. Show of respect from the players. But it is Robert Thornton who picks up the points in the end. Missed a couple of match darts in each of the 2 previous legs and was punished to the hilt with that stunning 167 checkout by Ryan Palmer in his debut game here at the Super Series. But Thornton managed to get over the line with that 64 and pick up his first points of the night. Stephen Burton will be looking to do the same after the break. He takes on the previous conqueror of Robert Thornton, Rob Collins.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Robert Thornton come through in a last leg decider to get the better of debutant Ryan Palmer. We've seen some real contrasting debut performances today, but that was a really impressive one from Palmer there. He got off to a solid start with an 18-dart hold of throw. Thornton, though, with a 14-dart break in the third leg, started to take control of the contest, but Palmer wasn't done there. A sublime 167 on the bowl to force that last leg decider. But despite defeat in his opening game, Thornton throwing very nicely this evening. Tops again his best friend in that one. He finally got over the line on that double tops, and the favourite to top Group B has got his first points of the evening on the board. A real impressive display there from Robert Thornton. And we can take an early look at the league table after all players have played one game. Of course, Robert Thornton, the only player to play two, and we've got 3 players on 2 points. Ryan Palmer and Stephen Burton, the 2 players yet to pick up a point. They are legless at the moment. Burton is up next against Rob Collins. They met on the Challenge Tour earlier this year in Milton Keynes, and it was Stephen Burton who came out on top in that one. As I said, we've just seen a 167 checkout, but Burton has produced some high finishes himself in this tournament. Here he is taking out a 121 on the opening night here at the MODUS Live Lounge. A superb finish from him in that one. He actually took out a 120 in that game I mentioned in Milton Keynes on the Challenge Tour against Rob Collins. So let's see if there'll be some more high checkouts in this one in the company of our commentary team.
Well, never mind the checkouts, Abby. Check out the face of Rob Collins during this game, because it has become something to behold, something to witness. Every moment lived and breathed and expressed on that one-man Mount Rushmore that is Rob Collins. Takes on Stephen Burton in the 4th match of the evening. Collins from Bognor Regis, not too far away from our home here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A former winner on the Challenge Tour in the PDC, as his opponent, the Ipswich ace that is Stephen Burton, looking for a kind of second coming in PDC darts if he can use the Super Series as a springboard to get back in the big time. But this is already a pretty big match, particularly for Bertie.
56.
I would say you can say that again, but I know that you would just say exactly the same again. But you could say that again.
I won't do it tonight.
85.
The one thing I will say is that all games so far tonight have been won against the throw. That means absolutely nothing going into this match.
180.
But there's the first facial pull from Rob Collins, which gives him a nice healthy advantage in leg 1. But if that trend does continue, it would be a win for Stephen Burton, because he doesn't have the darts yet in match number 4 of the night.
He's going to have a hard time breaking in the first leg, with Collins landing his 3rd match of the evening. Burton yet to open his account in that department.
Thought he was going to hit it right there. But he does have barrels which are quite bulbous towards the end. He does switch around the board a lot more than other players. So watch out for things like 174s and things like that from Stephen. But Rob Collins is starting very well here. And he does have a great deal of comfort playing evening sessions, does
Robbie
Rob. He's played many before with success.
Game shot on the first leg.
In the opening leg, and he lets everyone know about it. A 13-dart start for Rob Collins.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
He was the first person to really eyeball the camera in Southampton, wasn't he? Look down the lens, but now he's found where the other camera is, and he's starting to stare into that one.
97.
He sort of celebrates to the board itself, doesn't he? Almost in appreciation and gratitude.
140.
I mean, if the board could reply, I'm not sure how grateful it would be for the kind of faces that's been pulled at it.
I always tell
100.
my students and some other people that the dartboard never talks back. Unless there's a bounce out, of course.
It didn't even say ouch when Colin Lloyd punched it.
Yeah.
134.
He's got a good chin. Colin was definitely the worst off. Did you see his hand after that? Looked like he'd been poking a leopard.
60.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite moments in the sport. I know it shouldn't be because it was naughty from Jaws, but the commentary from the late, great John Gwynn when he said, I've never seen that before. The board actually physically assaulted by a player. I thought that was an absolutely brilliant line.
Yeah, amen to that. And the reaction of Bruce Spendley as the referee, that was brilliant.
140. Rob, you require 142.
Well, the reaction from Rob will be brilliant if he manages to take this out. And it's on. Oh, I don't know about that, you know.
Wrong play.
124.
Should have stayed there.
Stephen, you require 104.
Could have had a shot at double 11 to win leg 2. As it goes, Stephen is not getting his shot.
64. Rob, you
But
require
Rob's left himself
80.
on double 9. I have to ask why. That is a mistake.
10.
Not one
Stephen, you
mistake,
require 40.
but 3 of them. Execution and 2 tactical errors.
Yeah, it could have been a dozen darter really to follow the 13 darter he's had. In the end, he's got away with it because there
Rob,
are mistakes
you require 8.
from Burton in finishing off the second leg. And it could be a break for Rob Collins despite the bad decision making and the misses
Game
at
shot on
double.
the second leg. Rob Collins.
Kind of muted celebration because he kind of knows that he got away with that.
You can say that again. Again.
He
Third
kind of
leg
knows.
gets Rob to throw first.
Can't
Game
even
on.
do it.
Well, Stephen Burton does not want to join a very select group of players, of which there are 2, in making
68.
2 finals in this stage and not progressing to Champions Week. Dave Pallett made the final of week 1 and lost to Robert
140.
Owen. He then made the final of week 7 and lost to Graham Usher. But Josh Payne got to the final of weeks 4 and 10
41.
and also lost out by 1 game in making the Champions Week. And because Stephen lost in the final of week 6, he doesn't want to follow those guys.
180.
But there's his first maximum. It's been coming.
Yeah, finally arrived for Stephen Burton. And in the nick of time, really, because this is on the Collins throw.
85.
Trying to stop him getting 3 clear. And it is a possible feat to win from 3-0 behind,
60.
but it's a rare one. On average, it happens about once a week at the Super Series.
We haven't had one yet, have we?
No.
We've had a couple of scares. People have been 3-0 up and
95.
managing to win
Stephen,
the
you
last
require
leg. I
121.
think Greg Ritchie did it once on Tuesday, I think it was.
And once a week might not sound like a lot, but we play an awful lot of matches, don't we, every week?
Yeah, 104 matches
59.
a week. So it's, on that token, less than 1% of the time.
Yeah, you can still fit them all on
100.
one column
Stephen,
of
you
A4.
require 62.
62 on offer here. Collins may have worked his way back into this leg. Burton better hit
22.
this and
Rob, you
hasn't hit
require
it, and Collins
112.
gives himself the come on.
You said that his celebration was muted at the end of the last leg. It would have been quite explosive in a silent manner
44. Stephen,
had
you
he hit that,
require
but he
40.
didn't. And Burton is looking for his first break of throw,
Game shot on the third
Gets
leg.
it.
Stephen Burton.
but he's going to need another at some point, as well as a little bit of holding action.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen
This
to
is
throw
not NFL.
first.
You don't get penalised
on.
5 yards if you're caught holding.
Burton's bussers. Didn't get any for the first hour and a quarter, and then 2 came along at once.
140.
It's a
55.
very odd action that Stephen has. It's very much his own. And we do have 2 players here who, if we just looked at their silhouette in action, you'd be able to identify them because their
42.
actions are very them. You see this nice high elbow position that Stephen has, and that Little finger, very prominent.
134.
It's an action that has not really changed much over the last 10 years.
He's looking at a champagne shot when he comes back, but
140.
have to
Stephen,
go
you require 132.
the fun route. Here comes the boring 132.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, I don't mind it.
Stephen Burton.
Oh. 132 the boring way. That was actually
Fifth
harder
leg,
than
it's
the
Rob
other
to throw
way.
first. Game on.
Before we dispense with the boring way, that was incredible. Gets himself back into this match with a glorious 12 darter.
60.
And you can see the level from Stephen Burton that he's produced to get back into this match, because at the early part of it,
45.
Rob Collins was racing away in terms of both standard and scoreline. Stephen Burton has really lifted his level to get to that mid to high 90s average.
180.
Suddenly, with one visit, Rob Collins finds himself in the mid 90s.
It's a great time to be alive in the mid 90s. Just not missing at the minute.
123.
I'm not missing much. This is a great response from Rob. He knows that he's going to be under pressure in this match now after Stephen Burton's won the last couple of legs.
56. Rob, you require 138.
What's the route for Rob? Aiming for the 60. Finding the wrong colour.
65 left.
140.
Did I get that wrong? He had 63 left. Of course he did.
Well, he got it right.
It's a good job because he got it wrong earlier in the match. It's one each between me and Collins then.
Rob,
There was an almighty miscount of the World
24.
Grand Prix earlier this evening. We'll come on to that after this leg.
Oh, from Luke Mann.
Game
But
shot on the
look,
fifth
man.
leg. Rob Collins.
And Rob Collins is now 3-2 up in his quest to get to 4 points at the halfway stage.
Yeah, work this one out, ladies and gentlemen.
Sixth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Lukeman on 45 decided to go 3 double 16.
41.
And that was at match point as well. Luckily for Lucky Man, he did get over the line in the end.
Yeah, he almost did it, Devon.
58.
Imagine if he'd hit it, celebrates, and then all of a sudden the referee says, "You still got some left. Take your darts out, off you go." Ross Smith's drawn next, and he hits the double 1 to keep the match alive, and it took it to the last leg of the contest.
Yeah, there's been some fantastic matches in Leicester
96.
at the WGP. But here at the MSS
60.
tonight, we're having some fantastic flinging. 93 averages the pair of them after 5 and a bit legs.
58.
Who do you think the best player is out of the last 10 weeks not to qualify for Champions Week? Who's your...
Oh, not to qualify.
Not to qualify. I mean, you got the world champion Neil Duff, the WDF world champion. He lost in the final to Lee Evans in week 5. That was the night that Robert Thornton lost in the semi-finals.
The best player not to qualify
80.
for this
Stephen
Champions Week at the MODUS Super Series.
160.
Correct.
Michael van Gerwen.
Who's played...
Well, I'll answer it. I'll tell you what, I'll answer it in the next leg, if there is a next leg in this match. How about that?
If. It's up to you, Stephen. Got to keep our Murph chatting.
59. Stephen, you require 100.
The second consecutive game to go the distance. Double 10.
Game shot on the sixth
Beautifully
leg.
done.
Stephen Burton.
Highest checkout of this match came from Stephen. 132.
Seventh and final
He's
leg.
added
It's
another
Rob to
ton
throw
plus
first.
checkout
Game on.
to his collection, but now he needs another break.
There are a couple of names that jump off the page. They have played already, haven't yet qualified, but they are playing
121.
this week. So I'm going to discount those, the likes of Adams and Thornton. And I think, because we know he won't be there, having lost the final twice. I think I'm going to go for Josh Payne.
100.
Yeah, I think I'd go with that because he's had an incredible run this year, has Josh. Won 3 weekly titles this year, but is not going to be in the first Champions Week here.
55. 140.
Oh, it's a great 140. To give himself a 1 dart lead. What I mean by that is if it's around a 60-point lead, it's a full dart. But credit to Collins.
119.
This is a tremendous match.
Just going back to your previous question, there's also Jim McEwen, isn't there, who's won a
91.
week before. He's won a Champions Week before. He also won Champion of Champions, but won't be at Champions Week at the first 13-week phase of a Super Series.
And holds the record for Group A when he did play it
Stephen,
a few weeks ago. He bossed Group A, but
170.
didn't even get through to the semi-finals on the Saturday.
Rob Collins is going to get the opportunity to get this match
60.
won.
Rob, you require
106. Now, we have seen a few darts drift when he's gone, and it happens again. But at least it's in the 5 that gives him a chance to clean up by bedding the bull.
81.
Oh,
Stephen,
the
you require
pain.
110.
What's the opposite of pain? Pleasure. Pleasure for double 15.
95.
Almost nicks it.
Rob, you
It
require
would have been pleasure and
25.
treasure for Stephen Burton, but Rob Collins comes back. Double 12, the target.
Game,
And the man of
shots,
steel
and the match.
seals
Rob
a second
Collins.
success of the night. He is becoming the front runner for Group B. Rob Collins has got the better of both of the pre-evening favourites in Robert Thornton and now Stephen Burton, the first player to hold his throw, win a match on throw. A 4-3 success for Collins, clinching it in that last leg decider after Burton had missed a dart at double 15. It is a perfect start for Rob Collins from his 2 matches, but Stephen Burton is struggling at the start of tonight. Despite a couple of averages north of 90, he's lost each of his opening 2 games. Coming next, it's a meeting between Greg Ritchie and the debutant Ryan Palmer. That is coming up in about 5 minutes' time.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge where we've just seen Rob Collins come through a last leg decider to get his second victory of this evening's session. A fantastic start to this evening for Collins. Of course, he's beaten the two players who were favourites coming into Group B to finish in the top two spots. A 4-3 victory there, confirmation. It was Burton who had the better average in that one, but Collins doing what he needed to in that decider. I think it's fair to say Burton taking a little while to settle into this session, missing multiple darts to punish his opponent, and Rob raced into a 2-0 lead. But the Ipswich man then finished a 12-dart leg with a superb 1-3-2 checkout. As you can see, that was one of 2 ton-plus finishes for Burton in that match, but it was Rob Collins who held his nerve in that last leg decider. Up next then, we've got Greg Ritchie up against the debutant Ryan Palmer. Palmer was impressive in his debut performance, but just going down 4-2 in that one. Plenty of positives for him to bring into that match, though, including that superb 1-6-7 checkout as well. Ritchie got the night off to a flyer, didn't he, with a really impressive 4-2 victory in his opening match. 100% checkout success in that match. Again, we're talking about the finishing, lads. Who's going to come out on top in this one?
Thanks, Abigail. Yeah, talking about the finishing, and it is the part that matters, doesn't it? We saw the difference at the end of that match. Stephen Burton just missing out on snatching a first victory of the night, and it allowed Rob Collins to get a second. Now, in Group B, if you win 3 matches on the opening night, you're looking in pretty good shape to qualify, regardless of what happens the next day. You probably only have to win 1 more. You might even get through if you lose a lot. So Collins making a flying start. Ryan Palmer, as Abby said, played very well
It's Greg to throw
in
first.
his debut
Game on.
outing at the Super Series, but was ultimately beaten by Robert Thornton. And Greg Ritchie was particularly impressive in seeing off Stephen Burton in his opening match. So it's kind of a similar feel to that previous match. If Ritchie wins it, he puts himself in a good position and puts Palmer in peril immediately.
Palmer in peril. Well, this is the nature of Group B.
57.
If you get off to a bad start, you are going to be in the corner and you're going to have to come out swinging, that's for sure. But Greg Ritchie does not have a nickname. Not yet. But the way he's been finishing this week, we might as well call him the finisher.
100.
Oh, that's a brilliant one. In my ear, excellent sound man and jack of all trades here at the Super Series, Steph.
134.
How about Guy? That's the best thing he's ever said.
83.
Just Guy.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie.
No, I don't think it's very good at all, actually.
All right, fair enough.
I think it's absolute gunk.
Sorry, Steph, I tried.
130.
All right, Shane.
Lionel.
130.
You'd have the line against Lionel if that was the case.
60.
Lionel Sams is called the Lion, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Lionel Sams is a great left-hander from a few years back.
We're looking to the top of the board now.
Game shot.
And there is Lionel
leg.
dancing on the ceiling here at the Super Series. Been waiting to say that all night long.
And here you are, sitting stuck with me.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Or am I stuck on you?
101.
Easy this, isn't it? Easy like Sunday morning.
Oh, hello.
Are we just carrying on? Google's Lionel Ritchie songs.
137.
Well, a lot of these people are going to wish that we're not going all night long.
60.
And I've got a lot of common opinions, so it's say you, say me.
54.
I'm going to stop there. I've had an endless love with this segment, but that's it. I apologise to all the viewers who've now
100.
muted.
You just happened to pick the album that I first bought on CD, the best of Lionel Ritchie. That's a true story. Back in the late 90s.
I can well believe it.
59.
Oh, we did try to start a conversation about Greg Ritchie's nickname. And
Yeah,
it went into Lionel Ritchie's greatest hits.
99.
An unexpected avenue. For those of you who've just turned the sound back on, Ritchie won the first leg of the match. Palmer hoping to level here, and it's another
58.
decent
Ryan, you
start
require
to a game.
141.
It's been a real contrast between the afternoon and the evening. The afternoon was
65.
dark and the night has been light, in a way. Because we saw players winning with averages sub 80. We're seeing players losing with averages higher than 90.
Are we seeing an example once again that dart players
43.
prefer to play
Ryan,
in
you
the evening?
requires 76.
Ryan doesn't know the difference between the two because he's playing his debut tonight.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
second
another
leg.
good finish from Ryan,
Palmer.
just showing that he has a very good level of performance in him. 18 darter there to draw level at 1-1. He looks really
Third leg, it's
comfortable up
Greg
there
to
for
throw
me.
first.
He's having a
Game on.
blast. Just one thing, Ryan. Just watch out for that exclusion zone. You've got to stay outside the yellow zone. Get too close to Greg. Might get a telling off from Charlie.
Ritchie's in the red zone.
81.
Not getting in the gold zone. We won't see that flashing 9.
57.
You know, I kind of don't want to see, and everyone's going to hate me for it, I don't want to see a
100.
9 darter hit for the first Champions Week. I want to see that prize money start to roll over.
Do you want to hear a little story about 9 darters?
Yes,
It's
please.
one of my favourites. So we were in Coventry in March of 2009
46.
at the Ricoh Arena, which was freezing cold and dark as well. I saw Mervyn King playing in a hoodie, and
94.
everybody's trying to keep warm. So anyway, on the Saturday, Merv King hits a 9 darter in his hoodie, and he got over £4,000 as a bonus because there was a rolling prize. Raymond van Barneveld hit one the next day and got 400 quid.
58.
He was livid.
Yeah, there's another one, maybe a bit more recent, that was for many people,
90.
I think, including
Greg,
the
you require
broadcasters,
160.
the promoters, the most anticlimactic 9 dart finish ever. We'll come on to that in the next leg. And it features a player that's played at the Super Series. But the climax of this leg may be
Game shot on
coming
the third
with a
leg.
clinical kill
Greg Ritchie.
as Greg Ritchie produces a stunning 160 checkout. Been superb on tops tonight. When the trebles
Fourth
went
leg,
in,
it's Ryan
it
to
felt
throw
like the finish was
first.
inevitable.
Game on.
He is Mr. Clinical, that's for sure, when it comes to finishing. There's a nickname for you, Greg. Mr. Clinical.
41.
You were going to say about 9s,
Yeah.
anyway.
So, do you remember a few years ago now that the PDC did this thing of a rolling 9 dart finish? It was £5,000 per televised tournament.
46.
It got up to £35,000 and was then hit by Alan Norris on board 2 at the Players' Championship Finals, the
140.
tournament before the World Championship. It would have been a £40,000 9 dart prize at the World Championship, but Alan Norris nicked the 35 grand away from the big stage.
It was a very good 9 darter, that.
52.
Yeah, it was. I enjoyed it, but I don't think that the people broadcasting the World Championship and running
41.
that event were too happy. I think they actually did change it and made it more than 5,000 afterwards as well. There's another story at the Ali Paddy, isn't there, when there was a 9 darter hit by Terry Jenkins and he's on the way home and another one gets hit.
99.
I text Terry that afternoon because I was practicing in the Players Hotel. We watched Terry hit the 9 darter against Pearl Larson.
133.
Lost the match. Went home, thought he's getting 20 bags. Next thing I'm texting Terry saying, you do realise Kyle's just hit one, right? So he's nicked 10 grand out your pocket. He said, you're having a laugh, aren't
Ryan,
you?
you require
Oh, no.
146.
Just look at the social feeds, and he did, and Kyle had hit a 9 the same session.
88.
Palmer was looking at 2 treble 19
Greg,
for
you require
146. Ritchie could do the
164.
self-same thing for 164 here. We saw Ryan take out 167 in the previous match, or Ritchie isn't going to get a go at the ball.
92. Ryan, you require 58.
Tops. Don't miss.
Game shot on
And
the
he doesn't.
foreplay.
An excellent
Ryan
leg
Palmer.
once again to protect his throw in the same way he did in leg 2. 18 darts. And we've got another really
Fifth leg,
good
it's
tight
Greg to
game on
throw
our hands.
first.
We're
Game
not
on.
having any trouncings tonight. 2-4-2 scorelines, 2-4-3s. We could have another one
140.
coming right up.
Yep, some really decent darting ding-dongs for you and Abby to mull over after this match.
That
87.
sounds very Simpsons-like. A darting diddly ding-dong ding-on.
A little technical glitch now. The arrows have been that good that it's broken the computer.
Probably because I've quoted Ned Flanders.
So
all
we
my
were
fault.
going to wait for you to talk to Abby tonight, Paul, about what's happened so far, but we might as well do it now while we sort out this technical problem.
All right, then. Shoot.
Well, we've had some fantastic matches, haven't we? We've seen some of the players you'd expect to be at the top of the table not having the starts they wanted, particularly Stephen Burton.
Well, I was talking a little bit earlier to the Sporty Stuff TV guys about the first match. Robert Thornton, I thought, might just be the tiniest bit cold coming into that game with Rob Collins. And it proved to be the case. Rob has been fantastic tonight, but the way that Thornton responded in his next match just goes to show what he's made of. I think the biggest surprise tonight is that Stephen Burton in his first 2 matches has come away with 2 defeats because he's had the best win percentage of anybody so far here in 2022. It's taken a bit of a bruising, but if you're going to have defeats in this group, get them out the way and you've got to be good from here.
Yeah, Stephen Burton losing out to both Greg Ritchie and Rob Collins. Collins getting the better of Thornton and Burton. A fantastic start for him. And we're going to see him in action against Ritchie and Ryan Palmer before the night's out. Do you think that Rob Collins can go on and make it a clean sweep?
Yes, I think he can. I think he's got such an amount of adrenaline pumping right now. He's going to be loving the way he's playing. And he's winning tight matches against good players. And they're the kind of games that give you real confidence. He's been really good on the outer ring as well. So I see no reason why he can't do that. But I just fear that maybe if he gets a 3rd consecutive win, he might take his foot off the gas. And he just doesn't want to do that in this group at any point.
Yeah, just a little break in play here in this match between Greg Ritchie and Ryan Palmer. A little technical glitch with the scoring system. The game is 2-2. Has included a 160 checkout from Greg Ritchie. Ryan Palmer, let's talk about him for a moment in the middle of this match because he was beaten in the last leg decider against Thornton after saving the match with a stunning 167 finish, the highest we've seen this week at the Super Series. He'd be very, very disappointed if he ends up losing the first 2 matches, winning 6 legs in the process.
It's just the way it works in best of 7, right? I think you're judged on points and leg difference when it comes to this format. And if you're not able to get that final double in to get those points, then you are going to be punished. As we go along in this week, we do make sure that the format is more clinical than ever. When you get to a Saturday night, it's even more clinical. It's more cutthroat. But that's what makes good darts on TV for our darting public.
Yeah, coming up after this match, it's going to be Robert Thornton against Stephen Burton. Now, they are the 2 players that were expected really to run away with this group. The start of the evening suggests that might not happen.
That's true. And I suppose the pressure that's on Stephen Burton now, considering what's happened in the first half of play tonight, it's incredible, the pressure on him to get something from the night. He finishes his campaign first, in fact, against Ryan Palmer in match 8. So he can walk away from this building before anybody else. But you just wonder if he's going to walk with anything at all.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, the reason that you can see our beautiful faces is because there is a little technical issue, and that's been sorted on the stage in the match between Greg Ritchie and Ryan Palmer. Paul, we should have saved our little Lionel Richie song titles moment for now because we've got this space to fill instead of doing all that again, which I'm sure nobody wants. Can we have a little chat about what we saw this afternoon as well in Group C? The shape of Group C is looking pretty set going into tomorrow.
It looks set at the minute, but everyone's going to have to join us tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. because the first round of matches tomorrow, where Adams and the likes of, well, Yanis Mustafayev's. They're basically coming into round one, and it's got to be great from there, hasn't it? Ryan Murray is the really intriguing one for me because he was on 4 points coming into the final game with Yanis. And because he's playing Yanis in the final match and the first match tomorrow, he can actually equalise the position of Peter Jakes and Martin Adams before they've even played their first match on Friday. It's just a fantastic way of setting the timetable. It wasn't done on purpose. It was actually the way it fell. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens in round one tomorrow.
Yeah, good point. And that will be on air from 9:30 a.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV. And it sounds like we're about ready to go here with Greg Ritchie and Ryan Palmer back in Group B. The scores have been altered on the screen, as you can see. So Paul will join Abby at the end of this match for a little bit more of a chat about what's happened so far tonight and a preview for the rest of the evening. Don't forget, 9:30 tomorrow, the action in Group C resumes. But tonight, the action is ready to resume in this match after somebody went and put 50 pence in the meter and the score was reset, redone, and it's all correct. A 140 to open the leg from Greg Ritchie, a score of 87 in response by Ryan Palmer, and we carry on where we left off.
80.
Greg will be hoping that he's not going to have too many darts on the floor
100.
for the rest of this match. He has still got the throw. Did that little break have an advantage for somebody, or was it a massive disadvantage for Greg Ritchie, who started this leg really well?
Yeah. I don't know, have you ever been in a situation where you've played a match that's had to break
Yep.
in between?
World Championship, lights went out.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It didn't give me anything.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was kind of synonymous for what happened to your career as well at that point, wasn't it?
Yeah, yuck.
96.
Yeah, it's a bit like what David Croft says. Lights out and away we go.
60. Greg, you require
It happened
89.
Mervyn King and Zoran Lurchbacher, was it, at the Ali Pali as well? There was a
Yeah.
situation. King was 2 sets up.
I think it also happened in Vegas to
Game
Merv.
shot on the fifth
I think he hit a 180
Greg
in the dark.
Ritchie.
Well, Greg Ritchie clearly unsettled by the break there, Paul, because he's come back and won the leg in 14 darts.
Awful leg.
Sixth leg, it's
Absolutely
Ryan to
awful.
throw first. Game on.
Only joking, Greg. That was brilliant. Talk about bounce back ability. That's what Ryan needs right now. And there you have it.
180.
28 gram darts. You think, well, he can't possibly score 180 with them.
Yeah, that is bounce back ability with a capital B. Bold font.
80.
And it gave Charlie Corsterfein, our top referee here at the Super Series, the chance to bellow out his brilliant
41.
maximum call.
Do you know that's a Scottish name? I found that out maybe a couple of weeks ago. I was chatting with Charlie and he said it's actually a Scottish heritage name. So I
59.
learned that about him anyway. He's got Scottish heritage, but he is from Essex.
134.
He lives in a similar part of the country to his deputy Owen Binks, doesn't he?
$96. Ryan, you require 146.
146 for Ryan Palmer, who's been the deputy in his game so far.
130.
But looking to be the premier player in this one, and still could be. He's left himself double 8 for a 13 darter.
45. Ryan, you
To force a
require
last leg
60.
decider, but he would have to break through in it.
Game shot on the
That's
sixth
a really
leg.
aggressive approach
Ryan
from Ryan.
Palmer.
I know some players who might have bust that instead of the possibility of leaving double one.
Seventh and final leg.
But
It's Greg to throw first.
Don't call him a
Game
lion
on.
for nout. Another good game. Getting your money's worth tonight, that's for sure. Live on Sporty Stuff TV. Minimum
95.
of 6 legs per game.
Yeah, and if you are just joining us, having watched the end of the action at the World Grand Prix, you'll be used to it because only one player
60.
in the last 16 at the World Grand Prix didn't get at least 2 sets this year. Remarkable. Daryl Gurney, the man. not to go to a last set decider.
Yeah, beaten by Matas Razma of
96.
Latvia. Great performance from Madman.
But here in Portsmouth, there is a last leg decider between Ritchie and Ryan.
60.
Ritchie with the advantage of throwing first, but it hasn't always been an advantage tonight.
I do have a Ryan Palmer story, you know. I only found this out maybe a year ago.
Hang on, how long is it? Because we might not have time, Paul.
180.
I'll save it for the next match.
180 for Greg Ritchie. Well, it's up to you.
Do you know what? Next match. You're going to have to
100.
wait.
Greg, you
Because Greg
require
Ritchie, who
130.
finishes like a thoroughbred, he's only missed one double tonight.
You know this leg will last forever now. Maybe not. Maybe you're going to have to run upstairs in a moment because Greg Ritchie is on the brink of victory.
90.
Just to reiterate, in his first game tonight, he was 100% on doubles. 4 out of 4. Here,
60.
3 hits from 4
Greg, you
attempts.
require 40.
This is for 80% and a second win.
Game.
And it's
shots,
golden Greg
and the
Ritchie,
match.
who
Greg
once again
Ritchie.
takes his opponent to finishing school and wins for the second time tonight with some stunning stats on the outer ring. 4 out of 5 is absolutely brilliant. 8 out of 9 for the evening. 160 checkout in there as well, but it's 2 last leg decider defeats for Ryan Palmer, who's enjoying some good performances on his debut, but no wins so far. Coming up next, Robert Thornton and Stephen Burton will do battle. Stay with us for that.
Welcome back. We've reached the halfway stage of this evening's action. We've just seen Greg Ritchie come through in that last leg decider. He has been phenomenal so far this evening. Just one dart missed at double so far in this session. Quite remarkable.
I'm trying to find the right word to describe his finish, and not just tonight, but throughout the course of the week. This is not an isolated incident. This is something he's done before. So if anybody can think of a proper nickname for Greg Ritchie when it comes to finishing, please get in touch with us, because he does need it. 80% in that match, 100% earlier, 160 checkout there as well. It's not like he's just leaving himself 40 or 32 all the time. He's taking out big numbers. This is an incredible display from Greg tonight, and I know there are people trying to mimic him when it comes to getting to the end of legs.
And I know Ryan Palmer has ultimately just lost his second successive match, but so many positives to take from him. We have seen such contrasting performances from our debutants today, but he's got a lot of encouragement to take from those two performances.
Weirdly, if he was playing in Group C today, he'd be flying, in my opinion, points-wise, but he's in a very tough group tonight against the likes of Burton and Roberts, and just a really, really tough time to get points against people who are flying with confidence like Ritchie and Collins. Great halfway point. I've really enjoyed tonight, and we've got 50% to go.
And we mentioned Rob Collins there. He is flying this evening, but I spoke to him before this session got underway, and he said he really doesn't like playing in these evening sessions. Really showing out there, isn't it?
I'm surprised by that, actually. I thought he might be the kind of person who would thrive playing towards the midnight hour, but, well, you got to take what comes, right? And he's not doing too badly.
Yeah, and Rob Thornton up against Stephen Burton next. We thought that this would be a top-of-the-table clash coming into this. Really disappointing from Burton. Thornton's played well, though, hasn't he? Just missed out in that first match.
Yeah, it was a good first game for Robert, and ultimately Stephen has played very, very well this evening, just hasn't got the results. And I suppose that there's more pressure on Stephen than there is on Robert in this match, but I suppose if Stephen was to get the result, then there'd be pressure on both of them to get a result in their last match of the night.
And you've already touched upon it, that he has the best record in this event this year. He also, out of all of the players in Group B, has the best record ever in this event, just shy of 60% of all his matches played won. He's somebody, he knows this format, he knows how it works. He knows that he still has time, but not much of it.
Yeah, you don't have much time in Group B, but Stephen has never struck me as someone who panics. But you just get the feeling that if he was to lose a third match in a row, that the panic button would be almost, hovering under his index finger. But there are 2 matches to go. If he walks away with 4 points tonight, he'll be really pleased.
Absolutely. 5 matches remaining for you this evening in Group B. Let's get into our next one then. In the company of this man right here, he's going to go down and join Murph.
I'm glad you mentioned me at the end, Abby. I was just going to wait for Paul to arrive. Robert Thornton arrived in the previous match, a 4-3 win against Ryan Palmer. Stephen Burton has yet to arrive in terms of putting points on the board in the Group B table. And it doesn't get any easier, does it, for the man who was runner-up in week 6, having his second stab at reaching finals night here at the Super Series this week. He takes on an all-time great of the game in
First
the form
leg, it's Robert
of
to
the
throw
Thorn.
first. Game on.
And I do now have Paul Nicholson's company. I think it was fair what Abby was saying in that little chat you had, that we really did expect this pair to be
60.
the two being hunted, but Rob Collins has had something to say about that, and Greg Ritchie has had something to say about that, and Ryan Palmer has nearly had something to say about that.
140.
What do you say about that?
I say that I still think they'll both qualify.
180.
I really do. I think somebody in this group is going to have their heart shattered. I just get the feeling it's not going to be Bertie or Thornton.
97.
We've had a few suggestions for nicknames for Greg Ritchie, by the way. Some of them are not repeatable.
Okay.
140.
One of our crew is actually the spotter for tonight.
28. Robert, you require 121.
He says the clinical cabbage. I'll let you just ponder that and before
81.
giving you his explanation for it.
I don't even need to ponder. That's awful. That's about as awful as a mini cabbage on your Christmas plate. Oh, yeah. Brussels sprouts are
140.
awful.
Robert, you require
Might as well just call
40.
them the Brussels sprout. It's about as clinical a cabbage as you can
Game
get.
shot on the first
That's as
leg.
clinical as Robert
Thornton.
could possibly be. A great start in 14 darts, starting as he would hope to go on.
So Owen says
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
that Ritchie's a big Hibernian fan,
Okay.
and their nickname is Cabbage. So either clinical cabbage or checkout cabbage.
135.
Owen, don't give up the day job, whatever that is.
100.
Yeah, the cabbage thing is out the window. But there could be something with checkout.
I'm not a fan of the Burton one
97.
either. I'm getting a bee in my bonnet about nicknames this week, but Bertie, that's a poor effort, Stephen.
Yeah, you're going to get a text in a minute from Matt Ward.
95.
He's a big fan of Stephen Burton.
Yeah, I've always thought that Robert. I know it's an iconic walk on that Robert Thornton has, but I always thought that he could
99.
walk out to Moose Tea, Robert Thornton, and it could be I'm Thorny, 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 Thorny.
Do you know what?
99.
He walks out of the Proclaimers and it's synonymous with him, but his favourite musical act is actually Annie Lennox.
Really? Not a bad one. I've got a feeling that the camera might be coming back on us here in a moment, Paul, because it looks like there's been a little malfunction in the system. Robert Thornton winning the first leg of this one. Now, this pair, Paul, having been the favourites billed by us and the odds compilers to get through this group, particularly Stephen Burton, what is he thinking at this point? Because it could be none from three for Bertie, and then it does become an uphill task.
Well, we are talking about a player who's got a vast wealth of experience playing with us, whether it was at the Live League in Southampton, whether it was playing at home, because he was one of the players who played during the pandemic. Playing this format is something of a home to him over the last couple of years. He won't panic. He'll just think, right, maybe my chance of winning this group is gone, but as long as I get in the top three and do the job on Saturday, then these 2 days will be forgotten. It's just about getting there.
And that's the thing about this group, isn't it? Group B, 3 players from 5 go through, so at no stage do you need to panic until it's over.
No, you just don't panic at all until maybe you've got 2 games left in the whole group and you don't have any points. You're not going to get through with 4 points. You might get through with 6. With 8, you're looking good. But maybe what Stephen now needs is somebody to dominate this group. For the person who wins it to just get into the distance, take maybe 12, maybe 14 points, and then from there, let everybody else scrap out for the 2 spots behind them, and he could possibly be part of that.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, a little technical issue with the scoring system at the moment. I think it's on course to being rectified, but just to recap the results so far this evening, in fact, we are going to get back on with the match, but I'll do that anyway. Rob Collins beating Robert Thornton 4-2 in the opener. Greg Ritchie then getting the better of Burton by the same scoreline in game 2. Thornton edged out Palmer in
Stephen, you require 170.
a last leg decider. The 170 isn't going to happen. Palmer was also beaten in the last leg decider by Greg Ritchie in the previous
51.
match, as was Burton by Collins in the one before that.
Would have been brilliant if Stephen had come back with his first 3 darts and hit a 170 finish.
100. Stephen, you require
Which would, of course, be the biggest
190.
finish of the week. But the 167 earlier from Ryan Palmer was a belter.
44. Robert, you require 107.
Checkout time, it's going to be 10 tops. 10's right in the middle.
Game
And the
shot on
tops is
second
good
leg.
too.
Robert Thornton.
He's playing properly now.
Yeah, Bertie could be in a bit of bother, couldn't he? Said it's no need to panic.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Weren't
Game on.
expecting this from Bertie. Did I misremember this, or did last time we saw Stephen Burton in Group B? I think we were still in Southampton. Did not lose all 4 games on the first night, but then still get through.
180.
Was it him that did that, or was it Dave Pallett? I remember somebody doing that. I just don't remember who it was. It could have been
22.
Stephen Burton.
It may have happened multiple times. Very plausible. What has happened multiple times this evening, a maximum visit for
100.
Robert Thornton. My tally now puts him on 6.
One of my tips for the night. With our
100.
Sporty Stuff TV guys in the studio. Having a chat with Danny earlier. I said there would be more than 2.5
100.
180s in this match. We've got 2. So one more, and you would cash in on that tip.
39.
And it was
Robert, you
5 to
require
4 earlier
121.
tonight.
1-2-1, the shot that Thornton won the UK Open on. I had misremembered, by the way. I'm reliably
97.
informed by a good source. It was Robert Owen that had a night of defeats followed by a night of victories.
It sounds like the kind of thing Stack Attack would do.
100. Robert, you require 24.
How good is this match so far for Robert Thornton? Double 6. Well, is he going to go for this?
18.
Should he have done?
I don't think he'll go straight for it at the start of the next visit, whatever Burton does here. That's my prediction. I think he should have bust, but I think he'll now
40.
go 2 double
Robert,
2.
you require 6. Game
Thanks,
shot on the
Robert.
third leg.
Thanks for that.
Robert Thornton.
Don't put the camera on me now, by the way, because my face is as red as a beetroot.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
He's in a pretty good place now, isn't he? He's played really well tonight as Robert. Losing that first game to Rob Collins has fired him up.
57.
Yeah, it's good stuff from the Thorn, who's going to be in a very good position. Losing his first match, but then winning 2, 3,
45.
and now 4. Sorry, 2 and now 3. Getting carried away. Greg Ritchie will not thank me for that
45.
inadvertent prediction.
I'll tell you what's not going to do Bertie any favours at all. Losing by a big margin because his leg difference
99.
currently sits at -3, the worst of any player in this group. If he plummets down to -6 or -7, now he's got
79.
problems.
Go on, say it. The Paul Nicholson Super Series motto. Haven't heard it yet tonight.
Win big, lose small, or
81.
lose tight.
It looks like Thornton is going to win big and Burton is going to lose big. And that could ponder a real problem for Stephen Burton.
100.
Yes, no need to panic at this stage, but if he does lose all 4, and it's very possible Ryan Palmer, his last opponent, a man who's got close a couple of times already this
80.
evening.
Ooh, that was a bit fortunate for Stephen. That dart that found the floor made sure that Robert was not on a finish. Is Bertie going to be on one?
43.
No. Couldn't take advantage. We are at the turning point, what I like to call, Murph, the Dad's Army turning point. Because at the minute we're
100.
saying, like Clive Dunn, don't panic. But if Burton loses this leg, he's going to be like Fraser. We're doomed.
67. Robert, you require 96.
Is Stephen Burton doomed?
78. Stephen, you require
Not
110.
just yet.
A combination of Burton not playing his best and Thornton being better in all departments.
74. Robert, you require 18.
Straight for it. But decides to split. Now he's only got one option left.
Ah, this will be a mad way to win. The madhouse.
Game, shot,
And Robert
the
Thornton
match.
has wiped
Robert
the floor with his
Thornton.
opponent here. A 4-0 win. And Stephen has gone for a Burton. Thornton completes the whitewash. A 107 checkout in there as well. Another average north of 90. But the worry for Stephen Burton is not the result, but the performance in that one. Didn't get a single dart double in the entire match. And is winless from his first 3. We will see that pair once more this evening. Burton taking on Ryan Palmer, Thornton up against Greg Ritchie, but before that, Ritchie meets Rob Collins, unbeaten so far tonight at the Super Series.
Welcome back to the Super Series. I don't think many people would have been predicting that I'd be saying this at this stage of the evening, but Stephen Burton has just been condemned to his 3rd defeat of the evening. Robert Thornton with a 4-0 whitewash win in that one. Another average north of 90 for him in that one. He's put in some really impressive displays this evening. Another one there. And as you can see, 4 out of 10 on the outer ring, a 107 in that one as well. But getting over the line in the most comical way, really, missing his initial target with 18 left, so having to go 1-1-1, but did it clinically to get over the line and condemn Burton, as I said, to his 3rd defeat of the night. We can see then what that does to the league table at this stage. Robert Thornton's 2nd victory of the night, and you can see that moves him possibly temporarily to the top of the standings, with Rob Collins against Greg Ritchie coming up next. We will have one of those two, of course, moving on to 6 points in the table. But much better from Thornton, who was clearly frustrated after losing his opening match of the day. Next up then, the 2 players who are still unbeaten in Group B so far this evening. They've played 3 games already against each other in Group A this week, and it's Ritchie who's won 2 of those matches. So let's see who comes out on top of this one with Murph and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Firmly into the second half of our now Friday morning session. We are past the midnight hour. Let's see what these guys can do on a different day, because Thursday was pretty fruitful. 2 wins each, and we now have 3 players on 4 points in the table and 2 players on 0. However, Ritchie and Collins and Palmer have a game in hand on the players on 4 points, and they'll have to make use of this one, that's for sure. Collins will have the darts in this one, and his mission is very clear.
Game on.
Don't let Greg Ritchie get to the doubles.
Yeah, something's got to give, hasn't it? Because Greg Ritchie has been outstanding on doubles in the couple of victories that he's enjoyed this evening, missing just 1 dart double all night so far, 8 out of 9. By any standard, that is exceptional, extraordinary, and quite frankly out of this world. But Rob Collins
96.
is actually on a 6-match winning streak at the moment, having won his last 4 matches in Group A and his first 2 matches in Group B.
95.
This will be one of the best spells he's had in Super Series darts in the last couple of years. Now, like Stephen Burton, Collins played from home during the pandemic. He played in Southampton. He's playing here, so he's been part of the Super Series furniture all the way through. And if he didn't like it, he wouldn't come back. So he obviously enjoys playing these kinds of matches. And he likes to give it that silent aggression now.
Bit of bad luck
76.
there. Bounced off the dart already in the bed.
That has happened a few times to Greg tonight. And I think it's symptomatic of how his darts sit in the board. He does get them to kick a little bit left. And if it catches a bit of the flight,
90.
all of the momentum of the dart is taken.
I'm enjoying the camera work tonight when a dart goes on the floor. Could have done with that when Stephen Burton lost his. In fact, can we use it to try and find my car key?
Hashtag where's Murph's car key?
133.
Dude, where's my car key?
122.
Well, you said that the mission for Collins was not to let Greg Ritchie throw darts at double.
54.
That mission has not gone very well
62.
in the first leg on throw.
In the words of John Connor in the 3rd Terminator movie, you are failing that mission.
42.
Ooh, second miss of the night.
Requires 68.
Can Collins cash in? So many times he goes for finishers and he hits a 5 segment. That has been a feature of his game this evening.
48.
It hasn't stopped him winning legs.
Greg required 20.
But it is just something that I'm going to get your opinion on in a moment, actually, Paul, as a connoisseur of chucking darts, as a coach, analyst and pundit.
Game shot on the first
Double
leg.
5 is hit by Greg Ritchie. But why is it when Rob Collins is on the approach, going for a finish, that first dart seems to be finding the 5?
Second leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Maybe he's got a tendency to pull the dart from his right arm slightly left. I know a lot of players actually who, under pressure, their miss is left. Look at where his right hand goes in the follow-through. He automatically has to feed from his left side. So a lot of players tend to complete their throw about 95%, but they're subconsciously thinking about retrieving the next one. The best person in the world that I've ever seen at throwing a dart and completing it 100% before retrieving the next one is Mervyn King. Full follow-through, stops almost, then retrieves the next one.
137.
With Rob, sometimes he tends to drift a little bit to his left, and that's why it happens.
Yeah, there you go. A good lesson for you budding players out there.
33.
That was good thinking. It didn't quite come off. And it was quick thinking as well.
That's the thing about Greg. He is a very good counter.
41.
Doesn't make many tactical errors. He's not been perfect this week. He's made a couple of questionable calls, but he's a very interesting thinker. Always trying to leave that finish with use of the right segments, including the bullseye. That's a really good visit to the 54.
We do keep the nicknames coming in for Greg Ritchie at MSS Darts. A green arrow, another one we've had in.
100.
Superhero, right?
Greg requires 64.
Maybe just the finisher, the way he has been finishing, but he's missed 3 at double in this match so far.
44.
And maybe his luck has run out, and it will be Rob's run that continues. 16 for the bull. Gets the treble. Double 9.
74. Greg, you required
Livid
20.
he is. It was not far off. And Ritchie, who missed double 10 in the first leg, does not miss it in leg 2.
Greg Ritchie.
34 darts for the first 2 legs. It's not the same standard that we've seen.
Third leg, it's Rob to
because he
throw
has missed
first.
4 darts
Game
at
on.
double in this match, but still getting wins in these legs. He's at the halfway point here in match number 7 of the night.
100.
And Rob Collins will be kicking himself a little bit here. He's missed a dart at double in each of those 2 legs.
58.
You think his nickname's got to have some sort of Scottish influence? Like Hendo is the Highlander.
Do you know what? I don't. Because
59.
it's something that happens a lot in this sport. It's never said of the English players, is it, that their nickname should have some English influence?
That's
but
true.
From anywhere else, they kind of do go down that route.
180.
Although he does don tartan on the sleeves and the collar, so assuming he's a proud Scot and may want to incorporate that. But
60.
be yourself is what I think. We can suggest nicknames all the time, but it's got to be something that you're comfortable with and happy with, and is you.
Absolutely right. I've been so impressed with him
96.
throughout the course of this week. You've got to play well in Group A to get into Group B. You can't just coast into Group B. It just doesn't happen. But he's definitely raised his game
96.
in the evening sessions.
Greg, you require 167.
Not just tonight, but in the past as well.
He's not going to take out the 167. A checkout we have seen this evening. Ryan Palmer treated
37.
us to that.
Palmer will be the final opponent of the night for Rob Collins in match 10. They will bring the session to a close. But that's still a way off. We've got Burton
58.
finishing his campaign first
Greg, you require
in the next match,
130.
which is a huge game for him to make sure he doesn't go away pointless. Well, this time it's Greg Ritchie who is drifting into the treble 5 at the start of a
90.
combination.
Rob,
but he
you
fixes
require
it really well.
128.
Treble 18, the first target here for Collins. Now treble 20 to leave himself the bullseye.
103.
And it is a third leg
Greg,
in
you
which
require 40.
Rob Collins has missed 1 dart to win the leg. Is it a third leg that he's lost?
35.
Starting to miss.
Rob, you require 25.
Collins will go for the 1. Fuss free. Double 6.
Game shot on the third leg. Rob Collins.
That is definitely his celebration, isn't it? I've not seen anybody else do anything like it.
Yeah, we need a name for that as well. We need to
Fourth
go
leg.
and do a
It's
bit of
Greg to throw
homework between
first.
this and the
Game
next
on.
session.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Rob Collins.
Keeps him in the match. 2-1. Ritchie throwing
84.
first. Mentioned that Collins is on that 6-match winning run, and it includes a 4-1 win against Greg Ritchie yesterday afternoon.
180.
Sometimes when I see that celebration, it looks like he's trying to get a gobstopper out of his gums. Just grinding his teeth.
42.
He's just a highlight reel on his own.
Well, the animated antics of Rob Collins will continue to delight here at the Super Series.
58.
Do you know, if we had a genius working our graphics, we could have a highlight reel of Rob Collins in manga. And he'd be like one of those Pokemon cartoons, bursting into life when he hits a
95.
maximum. He is bursting into life, that's for sure. Got to switch.
99.
That'll do.
Well, let's see the reaction if he can pop a 164. Will he need to pop a 164? Where will Greg Ritchie be? Nowhere near enough is the answer.
57.
What
Robbie
about
require
Rich?
164.
As a nickname for Greg. I know it's a bit strange to say this, but Greg Ritchie Rich.
Oh, Richie George had that, didn't he?
87.
Oh, there you go. We'll poo-poo that one then.
Yeah, we'll leave it to him, or we'll leave it to the viewers
96.
at MSS
Robbie
Darts if you want to
requires
get involved in
77.
the conversation on Twitter. 18 for Rob Collins to get more involved in the contest.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Rob Collins.
And there is that celebration again. Trademark of Rob Collins.
And Richie's got the better of him throughout the course of the week. Beat him on Monday
Fifth
and
leg, it's Rob
Tuesday,
to
but
throw first.
Wednesday went the way of
Game on.
Collins. He would love to draw level going into what would be the fourth game of the Friday night session.
48.
That would ultimately be the decider, possibly, for them going into Saturday night for the finals here in week number 11.
One of the players who has appeared here at the Super Series, Martin Turner, has been in touch. Scrappy Doo is the
81.
offering for the nickname from him.
I think he tweeted me that yesterday, actually. Yeah, Martin has a very interesting nickname. I'm not really sure I can say it.
And the Magic
100.
Fairy has given 3 choices. One that we've already said, Lionel, that you obviously weren't listening earlier. I'm not sure anyone was during that little segment of commentary. We do apologise unreservedly
57.
for going down that avenue. Greg Twitchy Ritchie, I'm not sure he'd thank anyone for that. Nor the other one, Greg the Egg.
44.
Yeah, I think we'll leave that there.
$135.
I don't think he'll thank us actually for opening this can of worms, will he? Because he's been called a cabbage, an egg.
80.
He might end up with egg on his face if he lets slip this 2-leg lead.
58.
What if he hits this?
137. Greg, you
We'll
require
call him the big fish.
170.
When he hits it, you say? When he hits it, you say?
Doesn't want to be called the big fish then.
98.
Or the big
Robbie
egg.
require 92.
Treble 16 the target. Double 16, the target for tops.
Game
And
shot on
that
the
is
fifth
excellent
leg.
from Rob Collins. A
Collins.
cracking finish to lead the match 3-2. And he's turned the tables on Greg Ritchie, who was cruising after the first couple of legs. But
Sixth
now,
leg, it's Greg to throw first.
Rob
Game
Collins
on.
is dishing out a bruising. 3-2.
Bit of a showpiece shot there from Man of Steel,
100.
who has almost run out of dart shirts this week. He's had 3 different colours on. He's had to go to the practice polo shirt.
And when he went,
100.
when his eyes went down, I assumed it would be treble 16 he was going for. Usually, when you've got a double-double combo 72, it's double 18 and again. But he pulled off the double 16 tops
95.
outshot absolutely brilliantly. And this winning run of 6 matches could be about to become a magnificent 7.
How close would he be to qualification
135.
with a 3rd consecutive win in this session? Now, I know you said earlier that if you win all 4, or possibly win 3 of the 4, you might
131.
be able to get through without even winning on Friday night or Saturday morning. But it's a bit of a slippery slope when you say that, considering what happened to Scott Walters.
Yeah, and that's gonna become
58.
the point of reference, unfortunately, isn't it, for a long time until it happens to somebody else.
Collins hasn't got the win yet. Look what Ritchie's doing.
99.
Good stuff. He's playing about as consistently as I've seen him play in all the 3 years I've been watching him.
76.
That's an incredible maximum. The 4th of this game.
Yeah, he leaves pressure on this. Can Greg peg
Game
and win
shot
the
on
leg?
6th leg. Greg
He
Ritchie.
does to force a last leg.
Greg the Peg.
I mean, it's not a high bar, but it's as good as
7th
anything we've
final leg.
heard so
It's
far
Rob
this
to throw
evening.
Well, in
First
Australia and
game
New
on.
Zealand, they classify doubling as pegging, okay? So, Greg the Pegger.
134.
We've got a really good friend who works in the darting community called Steve Pegram. His nickname's Peggers
This is true, but there's an obvious reason for that.
because he's called Pegram.
57.
There's not an obvious outcome to this match.
190.
Swung one way, then the other, and now it locked in a last leg tussle.
It's like a really creaky grandfather clock. Tick-tock.
135.
Greg's going to have to be really crafty from 309. Earlier this evening in the World Grand Prix, Gerwin Price
80.
took out 305 in 6 darts with a 171 and a 134 with 2 double tops. And Greg's not going to do anything close to that. And Collins leaving a bogey
79.
number. But it doesn't matter. He's got 6 darts from here anyway. This is the 4th time in this session
44.
we are going the distance. Greg has maybe got 1 chance left. And there
80.
is Greg
Robbie
Ritchie at his
required
best because he knows
124.
that dart was a blocker on the 60 and he tried to get himself to a finish by using the big 20s. He's jagged at tops and he's going to get a look at the 150.
58.
Pick a
Greg
route,
required 150.
have a crack. Should be 19s really.
Oh, well, that setup will look even better if this goes in.
132.
If he'd have hit that,
Robbie requires 66.
I don't care what anybody says. I would have called him the finisher for the rest of his career.
I think Collins actually miscounted a little bit with the last dart. He was on 86 for a single 20, but he does get a dart at top.
46.
And it's another single 20
Greg required
that he didn't want to
18.
see. And he beats himself up, almost literally.
He is beside himself. Will he be even more? Now, this is not easy, but he's still got a chance. with 1 dart remaining to stay undefeated.
No score.
And he's not able to do it.
Rob, you
Flawless in the
required
finishing
20.
earlier. But on this occasion, he has missed 11 darts at double.
Missed more darts in this match than he'd had in the previous 2.
10.
So Rob Collins cannot make him pay.
Greg, you require 18.
Rob, the man of many faces. Let's see his expression at the end of this visit. Oh, he splits it.
Game, shot,
What a
and the
great
match.
decision in the
Greg
end.
Ritchie.
A great match between these two. And their head-to-head record, which could have been and probably should have been 2-2, is now 3-1 to Greg Ritchie, who remains undefeated and is the chief of Group C so far. 83.97 and 86 for Rob Collins. It doesn't tell the full story. It was a game we could easily watch again, but Ritchie will have 1 match left against Robert Thornton in an all-Scottish battle in a few games' time. Rob Collins will finish his campaign against Ryan Palmer in match 10. But when we come back, it's going to be Bertie finishing his campaign. And can he walk away from Friday morning with 2 points? He would hope so, as he takes on Ryan Palmer after this short break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Greg Ritchie come through a last leg decider against Rob Collins to maintain his perfect start in Group B. There you can see it was actually Collins who had the superior average in that one. Neither of them prolific on the outer ring. 3 out of 11 for Collins, 4 out of 16 for Ritchie, who had missed just 1 attempt at double this evening coming into this match. Ritchie, of course, forced that last leg decider, had had a dart at double 18 for a 150 out, missed it, and a further 3 when he returned, but Collins couldn't capitalise, and Ritchie somewhat stumbled over the line in the end of that one. There was a superb finish, a double-double finish from Collins in that one as well to go within 1. The man of steel, again, prolific on tops at times in that one. We can see what that does to the league table then, with 3 matches remaining this evening. A reminder that Collins' final game of the evening will be our final match of the night against the man yet to pick up a win at the Super Series in Ryan Palmer, who of course sits in 4th there with a superior leg difference to Stephen Burton, who is rooted to the bottom of the table. We do know, though, that one of these, of course, will pick up their first win in our next match of the evening. So who will it be? Who will move on to 2 points and end their night in style? Of course, this is Burton's last chance to pick up a win. It is his 4th match of the evening. Can he do it here and move on to 2 points? Let's find out with the guys in commentary.
Yeah, it's a big bout for Burton. Can he get the better of Ryan the Lion Palmer, or will it be a winless, pointless night for Stephen Burton here at the Super Series, and leaving it all to do on Friday when he returns to try and book his place in finals? Now, remember, Daniel Closer is already there. He won Group A earlier this week. And Martin Adams and Peter Jakes are in pole position from Group C, which gets back underway from 9:30 a.m. on Friday morning. You could be there as well. Tickets available for free from dartshop.tv. If you live around the Portsmouth area or just fancy a little trip to Tungsten Town, then head to dartshop.tv, book your tickets, and we'll see you on Saturday. But will we see either of these players on Saturday, Paul?
40.
That's a very good question, you know. One thing we can say about the Friday evening session going into Saturday morning is that if you have a
30.
bad time of it on the first night, you're pretty much backed into a corner to having an excellent Friday. And there is that possibility that if you win 3 games out of 4, or even 4 out of 4, that will be enough. All will not be lost. And it's not as if Stephen's been playing terribly. I know he didn't play well against Robert Thornton, but
58.
he lost to Rob Collins with a 94.5 average. And he lost to Greg Ritchie with a 91. Maybe he's just feeling a bit
140.
blue.
Yeah, Ryan Palmer has had a couple of glorious defeats, hasn't he?
53.
Both of them in last leg deciders.
170.
Oh, that is superb. He's shown some real flashes tonight.
He genuinely has. A couple of big roars. 167 out, a 170 approach.
Ryan, you require
Stephen
32.
Burton will be thinking, will you stop?
Game shot.
That's
the
a
first
13
leg.
darter.
Ryan Palmer.
A beautiful 202 conversion in 4 darts. And Burton is thinking, why are people doing this to
Second
me?
leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
It's happening again, Stephen.
85.
There's a bit of Rob Cross about that follow-through, isn't it? It's quite violent, but very watchable. He's got some really nice positions in his throw, getting everything
78.
perpendicular to the floor. The violence comes with that
100.
hyperextension of that left elbow. And I was having a conversation with somebody earlier in the week, actually, about left-handers.
85.
And funnily enough, we don't get the real perspective as to how good a throw is, because the camera angles are always different. If we had a camera very close to where Charlie is right now, the referee, we'd see the mirror image and have a genuine perspective about it.
140.
That's a good point. There are some things that deceive in darts. The obvious one is that the camera,
58.
the main camera on the board, is lower down, so you don't see the natural angle of darts until you change that angle. But yeah, that's one I haven't thought of before.
58. Ryan, you require 180.
Lefty cam.
98.
Almost nothing left.
Stephen, you require
For
140.
Ryan Palmer there, just 20 left. Will Burton have 20 left? He does.
120.
I was
Ryan, you
really
required
surprised he
20.
didn't go for 2 double tops, but he almost took that one out. Well,
No score.
that was a very difficult shot.
Stephen, you required 20.
That second dart really scuppered his chances of hitting that lipstick bed. Double 5.
Game shot on the second leg.
Bertie sighs
Stephen
of relief
Burton.
for that, because that is a leg he probably should have lost. Could have won it on a 140 out.
Third leg,
Could have
it's
lost
Stephen to
it,
throw
ended up winning
first.
it. Welcome to the world of
Game
darts,
on.
everybody.
And particularly tonight, we've had that one outlier that was the 4-0 thumping of Stephen Burton by Robert Thornton. But every other match has
134.
lasted at least 6 legs.
Definitely been the best group of the week.
100.
Group A was a bit of a cakewalk in the end for the German. And the scrap behind him was pretty tasty. Group C was
100.
interesting in its own strange little way, but this has been really, really interesting in a quality perspective tonight.
94.
Even when you look at Ryan Palmer, yes, it's very apt that we mentioned that he's lost 4-3 twice. He's been really competitive in both matches.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll be looking to jump all over that visit from Stephen Burton, though he has to switch now, does he? Well, he doesn't have to switch. He can bounce off the barrels.
85.
I've got a belter of a nickname for Greg Ritchie, by the way.
Go for it. It's got to be better than anything that's been suggested so far.
39.
It's better than Greg the Egg, which forced me to turn my microphone off. I was laughing so hard.
That's growing on me, you know.
Greg the Egg.
180.
Sounds like a kid's book. Oh, that one's growing on Ryan, who leaves 42 after 12.
I think we'll save the suspense for the next leg.
95.
Could be coming up.
Ryan,
As
you
Palmer
require 42.
Looks to clean up.
Oh, double 11. Bet he wasn't expecting that.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah.
Ryan Palmer.
Almost like it was part of the plan.
Stephen Burton has no idea what's just happened. He was not looking at all.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan
So he
to throw
doesn't know
first. Game on.
That after the first start, he would have thought, I might be coming back here. Just thinks that Palmer
94.
took that out conventionally.
He's in for a shock when he sees the replay. Do you want to know that nickname then?
Yeah, go for it.
So, how many matches did Rob Collins win in a row?
100.
6.
6. Okay, so you could say Man of Steel was having a really good time of it. And he lost his win streak
41.
to somebody wearing white and green. So I think Greg Ritchie should be known as Kryptonite.
Not terrible. Not terrible.
Oh, that's
that's
a compliment, isn't it? Not
57.
terrible.
The roundabout story that you're told to get there. I can't imagine Greg Ritchie in a few decades' time sitting around the fireplace
42.
and telling the grandchildren that one. But Kryptonite as a nickname, I think that's pretty good.
Well, he likes a bit of green, doesn't he? That's the colour of that substance from Krypton.
96.
Fictitious planet. And he was the man who stopped the Man of Steel. So, obviously, he's the kryptonite of Superman.
23.
I'll tell you what, while you're speaking of Superman, I know that Ryan the Lion goes by that nickname because of the rhyme with the first name, but he's got a passing resemblance to Clark Kent, hasn't he?
84.
Maybe a little bit.
I'll tell you who has. Owen Binks, one of the referees here at the
134.
The Super
Stephen, you
Series.
require
In fact-
164.
Not many people know this, but Owen Binks
74.
and Charlie Corstefin have never actually
Ryan, you
been seen
require
together.
167.
And I put it to you that Owen is Clark Kent and he becomes Superman Charlie Corstefin.
57.
Super ref.
Stephen, you
bit of a
require
stretch,
90.
but- You might be onto something. Now, is Stephen onto something?
80.
He wires
Ryan,
the
you
double
require
5.
110.
Palmer's got a chance here of a 3-1 lead. Southern option, north,
90.
and not in. He could have won
Stephen,
this
you
match by
require
now.
10.
Double 5.
Game
Pierce.
shot on the fourth leg. Stephen Burton.
Pierce Palmer, who once again is locked in a battle. And he's been on
Fifth
the
leg,
wrong
it's
end
Stephen to throw
of
first.
last leg
Game on.
deciders in his opening 2 matches at the Super Series.
Well, if Ryan Palmer was to have a walk-on song, it would have to be by Robert Palmer, wouldn't it? Something like Addicted to Love.
140.
Or anything by Power Station, which is the group that Robert Palmer was part of.
58.
He had some tunes. Is he going to be Simply Irresistible? Or Addicted to Love?
97.
I'm afraid I can't join in with this one. I knew the one song.
100.
He looks like a very intense individual, does Ryan tonight, but it looks like he's going to be playing the maximum amount of legs, maybe.
81.
He does have another game with Rob Collins to come in match 10, but he does not want to walk away with no points tonight, considering he's played really,
140.
really decently.
I'll tell you what, he was looking forward to getting here. I know that much, Ryan Palmer. He was pacing around outside when Group C was still
43.
being played. He was desperate to come in and get a feel for the place.
That's a good thing, though. Wanting to come in here and
81.
sample it and
Stephen, you require 140.
make a good account of yourself. I think he's done a fabulous job tonight.
We've seen this attempted already by Burton, missed a double 10.
120. Ryan, you require
An almost
122.
Mirror of that attempt.
Double 7.
150.
So many near misses in this match.
Stephen,
He's had a
required
double in every
20.
leg.
Will he be punished in this leg as Burton looks to hold, as Burton looks to
Game
lead?
shot on the fifth leg.
And the last dart
Stephen
always
Burton.
hurts that little bit more than the first or second.
You just knew that
Sixth
Birdie was
leg,
going
it's
to hit
Ryan
that
to
double
throw
10 with the
first.
third dart.
Game on.
It's just how Ryan's rolling tonight. He's going to have one of those Ritchie Burnett matches, isn't he? He's going to lose 4-3 again.
45.
And it's going to go like this. I can't believe it, but I lost 4-3 and I should have won 7-0.
That was Paul Nicholson, by the way. Ritchie hasn't
60.
joined us just for that segment.
See, that would be fun. Ritchie Burnett in the commentary box for the night.
It'll be short, but it'll be fun.
123.
Spend the whole night telling Blackadder stories. And stories of radiator water pot noodles.
96.
Yeah, it was great to have him in this event before he duly got his tour card back. Actually did himself out of a spot of the World Series, didn't he, by
140.
getting that tour card? It's something that he suffered.
He'll just win it in a couple of years. That's if he loses his card, of course. It hasn't been a great season for Ritchie. He's worked really hard,
125.
but it hasn't worked out for him so far. A bit like this match for Ryan Palmer.
Yeah, keeps coming second.
43.
Ryan Palmer this evening. Can he finally be the Lion King at the end of a game?
One thing that's not going to change
60.
much
Ryan, you require
is Stephen Burton's
150.
leg difference, which currently sits at -7. The best he can do is -5 for the night. Boy, would he take that
96.
right now.
Stephen, you require 160.
Will he take this right now? Well, the answer is no.
60.
And the question is
Ryan,
posed
you
to Palmer.
require 54.
Can you take yourself to another last leg shootout?
Game shot on the sixth
Of course he
leg.
can.
Ryan Palmer.
It's getting a bit silly now. A
Seventh
dart,
final leg. It's Stephen to
to
throw
win every
first.
leg.
Game on.
and now he's got to break Burton just to get the points. Burton's having none of it.
99.
Starts very steadily. How big a leg is this for Stephen Burton in this group?
99.
The possibility of him walking away with no points from tonight, I didn't even consider it.
Well, it's still a prospect for Ryan Palmer as well.
43.
Ryan Palmer could end the evening on -4 legs and no points.
76.
I wonder if anyone's ever won 12 legs over the course of a 4-match night and not got any points on the board.
59.
He still has Rob Collins to play. Collins, of course, has had a decent evening so far.
93.
Stephen Burton was 2-1 to win Group B at the start of play. I guarantee you, no matter what happens in this leg, his odds of winning Group B
30.
are going to be quite large come this time tomorrow or even before play. It's a scrappy
63.
last leg, but Palmer utilising the 25 and the 19s well to leave a finish, and he's exactly 100 ahead.
Oh, you wouldn't put it past him.
60.
He's had 167 already, but he does not have to go for the bullseye if he finds 2 trebles, and he will find 2 trebles. There's no question of that. He does go for the bullseye. Was it the right play? We're about to find out.
Thou shalt not give in to temptation. Look where you are. This used to be a church.
Ryan, you require 41.
Ooh, that was almost double seven. But it's the next door neighbour. And finally, the Lion roars to his first victory of, well, the early morning. And Stephen Burton leaves abruptly with 4 defeats in Group B. Unfortunately for him, it's all going to have to be about Friday night. But Ryan Palmer, on debut, has been very impressive, playing the maximum amount of legs. But a 90 average for him, 36% on the doubles. That's good enough to take out Stephen Burton in his 4th game. Ryan's got 1 game left, as has Greg Ritchie and Robert Thornton. It's going to be an all-Scottish battle in match 9 after this short break.
Welcome back to the live lounge where debutant Ryan Palmer has just recorded his victory here at the Super Series. It was a 4-3 victory for him in that one, condemning Stephen Burton to his 4th defeat of the day. He will end the day pointless. He was, of course, many people's pick to be at the top of the league standings heading into tomorrow's action. But Burton has been left berating himself at the halfway stage. Ryan Palmer with a 13-dart leg to kick off his penultimate game of the night. He had a dart to win every single leg in that one, but still found himself 3-2 down at one stage. Doing well to force a last leg decider. He threatened the big fish, couldn't find the bull, but returned to get over the line in the next visit. As you could see there, he was 4 out of 11 on the outer ring in that one. We can get confirmation of the league standings and confirm that Stephen Burton will end the day bottom of the table. It's been a real shocker for him on the opening day of Group B. Next up then, we've got Greg Ritchie against Robert Thornton, the two players currently at the top of the table. Thornton with a win can join Ritchie on 6 points, but Greg Ritchie, of course, has the opportunity to complete the Lou Reed and have a perfect day here at the Super Series. Let's get into this one then in the company of Murph and Nico.
Thanks, Abby, and things are about to get a wee bit Scottish, and nothing wrong with that. And the Southern Scots, one from Musselburgh, as you can see, and Robert from t'other side of Southern Scotland. And this is a really great game to watch, because a clash of generations in Scottish darts, maybe looking at the present and a little bit of the past with the Thorn, but maybe the future with this young man, just proving that Scottish darts is in a really good place now and going forward. Well, Robert's got a darting nickname and a lot of affectionate nicknames amongst his mates.
It's Greg to throw first. Game on.
As two wee men go at it at best of 7 legs to see where they finish for the night. Best case scenario for Chocolate is 6 points, and the best case scenario for the wee man is 8 points.
180.
And that's 180 points in the opening arrows of this encounter.
59.
Yeah, race Robert Thornton, World Seniors Champion. Multiple major winner, but it's Greg Ritchie who comes out of the blocks in fine fashion here.
Not to mention World Seniors Match Play Champion as well. En route to that, it wasn't a bad
43.
route, was it? Let's face facts. Let's go through who he beat. Brian Dougie Dawson, who was a very good player from your county of Yorkshire.
Yes, dogged.
Then he took up
64.
Terry Jenkins.
Bullish.
We know a lot about him. Then Martin Adams. Wolf-like.
59.
Then he took out
Gregor
Phil Taylor in the final.
138.
Talk about a tough route.
Yeah, absolutely. And not for the first time he's beaten Phil Taylor in a televised final either. 10 years after the UK Open
58.
success. And that was a tough throw, wasn't it? Remember that one? Wow.
Yeah, you can say that again.
81.
Maybe go through that at some
Gregor
point.
Require
But
80.
he's having a tough start to this one. Robert Thornton, Greg Ritchie, who opened the leg with a 180. He's looking to end the leg with an 80.
Game shot
he
on
has.
the first leg. Greg Ritchie.
Let's talk a little bit more about Robert's career, just for a second.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
But the tenacity
Game on.
just follows him around, doesn't it? First PDC title in 2008 in Shoalhaven Heads in Australia. The second ever Australian Open champion.
140.
First one was Glenn Power. Beat myself in that final, and then we played each other the following year in the final, and that was my first PDC
57.
title. It's one of my esteemed honours to have played Robert in so many games. But his UK Open success, which we mentioned
60.
before, he beat Phil Taylor in the final, of course. That's what everybody knows. But the route, honestly, it is just ridiculous. First
100.
person he was drawn against in the Open tournament was Mark Webster, beaten by 9 legs to 7. Next round, Gary Anderson, beating him 9-7 in the last
28.
32. Then Dennis Priestley. I mean, you get in the picture yet. He takes out Wes Newton, who at the time was one of the hottest players on the planet, then Dave Chisnall, and he beats Phil Taylor in the final. That's a ridiculous route.
44.
Yeah, and this was a man whose career was on the canvas at the time. People forget. You've spoken about odds tonight. Robert Thornton was something like a 250 to 1 outsider to win that tournament.
Yeah, he was well on the outside, and it just goes to show that you can never count him out. Around 6 months before that, his wife called me and said, I'm not sure he's going to make it through the night. I was ready to get in my car to drive up the M6 through Carlisle and into Scotland because we didn't know if we were going to see Robert again. 6 months later, he was winning the UK Open. Honestly. It's a bit like Tyson Fury getting off the canvas against Deontay Wilder. We thought we'd lost him. He gets up, and he's better than ever.
134. Robert, you require 126.
Treble 19. Still required for a dart at the ball. Not going to get it. Greg Ritchie may well get a dart at that target himself.
Greg, you require 84.
He has been the best finisher tonight. Of that, there is no doubt. Double 12.
72.
But that wasn't
Robert, you require
particularly
68.
sharp. And Thornton does come back. Well, that's a happy accident because he can leave tops.
48.
And even when you're missing your favourite double,
Greg,
he
you
was
require
livid
12.
that that missed. He thought he'd hit it.
Been a mixed bag for the Thorn tonight. Double 3 for Ritchie to double his lead.
Not the best shot yet, but I can understand why.
6.
Bit closer,
Robert, you
but no
require
cigar.
20.
Very difficult to play your best stuff at 1 o'clock in the morning.
What I want to know is who was Robert talking to behind? Did you notice that? He was having a good chat with somebody in the crowd, but there is no crowd, Robert.
Ah, it's
Greg,
the
you
MODUS Super
require
Series
6.
Ghost. It's actually full of pirates out there.
He's at it again.
This is the right call,
Game shot on the second
the right
leg.
play,
Greg
and the right
Ritchie.
execution. He couldn't see that double 3 after the first start, so he backed himself on a 2-double-2. As you can see, he took it out.
And I
Third
think
leg,
it's an
it's Greg to throw
underused
first.
play. It's not utilised very much.
Game
We've seen
on.
Greg Ritchie do it in 2 of his last 3 legs. Split with the second dart.
You're better off doing that than hitting the 3 and having nothing with 1 dart left.
125.
How would you assess the chances of Thornton going into Friday night
40.
with 4 points, potentially? Now, Greg Ritchie would be feeling pretty safe on 8 points. I reckon 1 win on Friday night, if he was to win this match, would see him in the top
96.
2.
Yeah, I'd still fancy Thornton to get through with 4 points tonight. I would expect him to at least
60.
match that haul tomorrow, and you would say that 8 points would usually sneak you into 3rd place at worst.
Yeah, things are looking pretty bad for Stephen Burton because,
140.
let's face facts, if Robert Thornton wins... In fact, I'm going to say this because Stephen Burton wants
140.
Greg Ritchie to win this match.
140.
The last thing he needs is 3 players on 6 points. And that could happen before the end of the night.
80.
If Thornton wins this and Collins wins the next game, that means that 3 players are 3 wins ahead of Burton. That will make Friday night almost
55.
impossible.
Greg requires 60.
Greg in great shape in contrast. And he'll be even
Game
better.
shot on the 3rd leg. Greg Ritchie.
He's even better by finding that tops. And Robert Thornton continues the conversation with himself.
4th leg, it's Robert to throw
There's not
first.
much he can
Game
do
on.
at the moment. This is by far the worst display of the night, not just from Robert Thornton, but from any of the 5 in the field.
43.
He has been peppering those wires, though. And this happens every now and again. Dart players can make this game look easy.
134.
Is age a matter here? Obviously, he's about half the age of Robert.
45.
It's late in the day or early in the morning, and does that come into it?
I guess it depends what kind of creature you are, doesn't it?
Are you a night owl? Are you a fox?
123.
Or are you a kangaroo? They're all nocturnal animals.
140.
If you're looking for the link.
Well, if Greg Ritchie plays this good at this hour, maybe a nocturnal nickname is the kind that he's looking for.
He can't be the owl.
58.
That's Ritchie Howson.
There has been a fox as well, I believe. Do you know Voss?
Geert de Vos?
Geert de Vos, that one, yeah.
We haven't got a kangaroo.
103.
Surely. And he can't be a kangaroo, he's from the wrong country. I think the only kangaroo in Scotland is at Edinburgh Zoo.
52. Robert, you require 170.
Well, on the animal theme, here comes the big fish. Splish, splash, oh no.
84.
Well, if Greg takes
Greg, you
this,
require 134.
Robert's going to be taking a bath.
Choices. Treble 18, maybe for tops. No, he's gone treble 20. He might choose to stay there. That's a great guide. A double 7.
120. Robert, you require
That was a
86.
really good idea. Good idea for Robert would be to take the bull.
Game
You
shot
can
in the
never
fourth
count
lane.
him out.
Robert
How
Thornton.
good was that bullseye? Let's have another look at it, shall we? Centre of the centre of the epicentre
Fifth
of
leg,
the
it's Greg
centre.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, having hit nothing for the entire match, he then produces the perfect pinning of the bull to stay in the match.
Have I told you my Rob Cross
57.
bullseye story?
Probably, but I can't recall.
In Hastings, in East Sussex, Adrian Gray, who was a good friend of the MODUS Super Series, was
140.
hosting a soft tip tournament at a very good darts venue in Hastings, and it was £1,000 for the person who hit the centre hole of the soft tip board
58.
first. And he's thinking, maybe somebody's not going to hit it. It'll take all day. Rob Cross turned up and hit it with the very first dart. Ruined the whole day.
140.
First dart,
Wow.
centre hole.
That is quite funny.
A good hourly rate, isn't it? One dart, £1,000.
96.
Did you once hold a world record for a longest thrown bullseye or
Yep.
something?
Me and Simon Whitlock.
60.
It was recorded by the Guinness Book of World Records that we hit it from more than 5.3 metres away. We shared the record because we wanted to both do it. Simon did it in about 6 minutes,
90.
and I did it in about
Robert,
2
you
hours.
require 161.
Thornton isn't going to be going for the bullseye again at the end of this visit, but we've been speaking all night about not writing Robert Thornton off in terms
41.
of his career, in terms of any match. And suddenly he could be back in this because this is for a break of throw when he returns. And then he'll be throwing to tie up the game at 3-3.
You can see these players just getting a little bit tired at this late hour. I don't blame them.
85.
This
Robert,
is
you
where energy
require
management really comes
120.
into it. Hydration as well, because that's good for your energy. Tops for chocolate.
100. Greg, you require
Could be the end
150.
of the line. Now, remember that Greg Ritchie did miss double 7 to win the match in the previous leg by 4 legs to 0. Next door neighbour, double 19 to get the win.
77.
He's missed on the low side
Robert, you
just a little
require
bit
20.
once again. Double 5. This should be in.
10.
It's amazing that it didn't go in.
Well, nobody got
Greg,
a
you
perfect
require
day this
38.
afternoon, but Greg Ritchie could be about to get a perfect night. Well, on these awkward doubles, he's been splitting a little bit.
No score.
Chose not to on that
Robert, you
occasion.
require 10.
Maybe Ritchie will rue that decision.
Game
That's
shot
now
on the fifth
5
leg.
missed match
Robert
darts, and
Thornton.
Thornton is doing himself a lot of favours here by taking a couple of legs in this contest. Even if he still loses this match,
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
what he's done now,
Game
Murph,
on.
is he's made sure that going into tonight's action in Group B, he's going to have a positive leg difference. Come what may.
121.
Yeah, Greg Ritchie at the moment on course to take 8 points, maximum points from the opening night of Group
96.
B. Robert Thornton on 4. Rob Collins could get to 6, but Ryan Palmer will be looking to stop him. We know that Stephen Burton hasn't got any. However,
180.
Thornton can turn this around and get that weekly comeback from 3 legs down that we seem to get at the Super Series, and he will be level on points at the end of the evening with Greg Ritchie and maybe even Rob Collins.
100.
Something snapped him into action, that's for sure. He hasn't scored anywhere near this in the previous 5 legs.
89. Robert, you require 100.
It's not about what Greg does now, it's about what Robert can do from here. 11 data?
80.
It's not 12 either, but as long as he gets 15 below, he'll be 3-3.
It's been a real war of attrition, this one. Thornton's had to lift his level. He
Robert,
couldn't
you
have
require 20.
dropped it anymore. Was averaging in the 60s for much of this match, but suddenly, having been
Game shot
3-0
the
down,
play.
he ties it
Robert
up at 3
Thornton.
apiece and forces a last leg decider. Great show of respect there from Greg Ritchie. He has the
7
darts,
final leg. It's Greg to throw first.
but he has the
Game on.
tenacious tartan terrier that is Robert Thornton snapping at his heels.
You just wonder if Greg was to lose this match, what it would do
58.
to his psychology in this group. He'd still walk away with 6 points, but you don't want to lose from 3-0 up. It does things to your brain.
83.
It just plants a little seed of doubt. Averages are a guide of what's happened before.
140.
Those tell a very interesting story. Very, very similar.
Yeah, and you just get the sense that we are getting some
100.
late night tungsten tension here because the pair of them have been a little bit shaky in all departments, but particularly that one. And I get the sense that both players might get a chance in this leg.
133.
Based on what we've seen so far, a player to go up with their first opportunity and wrap it up there and then.
This is where Greg Ritchie hits the 170 out and completely puts egg in your
78.
face.
If he
Greg
does,
require
then
170.
will forever be known as the egg.
Yep, this is going to be Greg the Egg. Oh, someone's cracked the egg.
Well, we tried egging you on, Greg.
58.
Needs at least one treble, and that is an awkward dart for Robert Thornton.
He's going to go the bull. This is genius.
70.
Well, he's left himself 170. He was trying to get
Greg
225s minimum.
112.
But
It's a maverick move, isn't it? I'll just throw the bull and then the other one on the floor. Will it matter? Will it matter?
Game,
Oh,
shots,
what I said.
and the match.
Didn't think someone would
Greg
clean it up
Ritchie.
clinically, but Greg Ritchie does leave me with egg on my face and leaves the evening with a perfect record. 8 points from a possible 8, capped off with what will be a very meaningful victory for him against his fellow Scot Robert Thornton. A 4-3 win for Ritchie, cleaned up, finished off with that 112 checkout. Both players finishing. Was a little bit dodgy in that game. Remember how good Ritchie was at the start of the night. That put him in the position to take maximum points, and it is a perfect night for Ritchie. One more match to come this evening. Ryan Palmer, who only has 2 points on the board, against Rob Collins, who has twice as many.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where we've just seen Greg Ritchie come through a last leg decider to beat Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3 in his final match of the day. Greg Ritchie going to bed, as we all like to, very satisfied with his play. An 86 average there from Ritchie in that one. Thornton at 77 in that match. A real sensible game there at the end of the night, holding himself together despite a late fight back from Thornton in that one. For the World Seniors champ, well, even his favourite double tops deserted him at times in that one. He was able to force a last leg decider from 3 down. A rather delightful 86 on the bull to spark his revival, but still plenty to ponder for the Thorn going into the second day of action in Group B. As you can see there from Ritchie, just 26% on the outer ring, nowhere near as prolific as he has been over the course of tonight's play. We can see what that does to the table with one more match to be played this evening. It is, of course, Greg Ritchie with that perfect day ending on 8 points. Our last match of the night is Palmer against Collins. Collins could move to within 2 points of Ritchie at the top of the table. Of course, Palmer looking for his second win. He's played some really impressive stuff on debut. Of course, that 167 checkout in his opening match, the highest we have seen this evening. So to get into our last match in Group B tonight, let's hand back over to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Time for Ryan and Rob to bring a close to Friday morning. But we will be back, of course, on Friday morning at 9:30 a.m. for the climax of Group C. As for this evening, Rob Collins has had a really good time of it. If he can walk away with 4 points, he'll probably feel quite sick. But if it's 4 points for Palmer, he's going to feel quite the opposite. It will make for a very interesting looking table if Palmer does get the win over Rob Collins, because that would give us 3 members in the 4-point club.
First leg,
with
it's
Greg
Ryan
Ritchie
to throw
on 8,
first.
undefeated.
Game on.
And Stephen Burton, one of the pre-group favourites, in the basement on 0.
Do you still think, Paul, that Ryan Palmer
96
will look at even getting 4 points and think he's been a bit unlucky tonight?
He probably would feel that way, yes, but you make your own luck in this sport.
95.
I think there's a lot made of bad fortune. But ultimately, when you've had shots and you've missed them, you've only got yourself to blame.
140.
But as far as debuts go, I've been really impressed. I've known Ryan a long time. And he's always been a very good player, but I think his best starts are ahead of him. And this could be a good springboard for him. First 180 of the match comes from Collins.
95.
It's going to be a fast, fiery encounter, this one. And yet again, how many times tonight has a 170 been left?
Yeah, it's about time we saw it taken out. And Ryan Palmer
100.
is one of the most likely culprits to do so.
Well, he's hit a 170 tonight on approach. I think he missed the bull on a 170 a little bit earlier, but halving his score right there is all he can do. Collins is not going to take the 126.
98. Ryan, you require 85.
5 visit legs at this time are at their premium.
57.
It was the wrong side of the barrel, and he's cursing himself
require 28.
with Collins on the same double to take this first leg against the throw.
Game shot on the first leg.
A
Rob
little
Collins.
bit of a muted gurn there from Rob Collins.
Second leg, it's Rob to throw
a very
first.
quiet atmosphere
Game
here,
on.
which it probably won't be in about 48 hours' time.
Yeah, don't forget, you can be here Saturday night. Tickets available for free and a drink on the house as well.
65.
Dartshop.tv for tickets. We are located in Portsmouth. So don't apply
22.
if you can't get here, because all you do is take somebody else's seats.
Can I tell my Ryan Palmer story now?
Go on
45.
Well, back in 2011, when I was playing at the UK Open, and I'd beaten Gary Anderson in the afternoon, I was drawn against Phil Taylor on
140.
the Saturday night. in a somewhat infamous match in my career. When I decided to wave bye-bye, I saw somebody's hand
43.
springing from the Reebok Stadium crowd, and I decided to give it a almighty whack, like a high five
56.
in the moment. Did I know who that was all these years? No. Never really thought about it. And then it came up on a podcast I did for the
100.
PDC back in November of last year. And I got a text from Ryan Palmer saying, "Do you remember that was me?"
95.
And I said, absolutely not. But I liked the fact that that high five, after that great moment in my career, was with someone I like. It's just a complete stranger. But he said, "You left my
81.
hand stinging for days."
Well, it's interesting. Ryan Palmer in the crowd at the
58.
Reebok Arena as it was
Robbie
then.
require
I remember
167.
watching that day of darts with great interest. At me mum's house. Oh, this is the finish that Palmer's hit himself. Collins can't repeat the
128.
feat.
Ryan, you require
I get the
130.
feeling Rob's going to have a headache from all of the tensing that he's had tonight. He has given tonight, and every session he's ever played, everything he's got.
$76. Robbie require
Pick
39.
your route, Rob. Odd numbers at the bottom. There's one of them. That'll do. Double 10.
Game
And I'm
shot on
pretty
the
sure a
second
lot of you
leg.
might have been
Rob
thinking, wasn't he going
Collins.
for a 7 there? I assure you he was not. Because this week he's been going for tops and
Third leg,
tens
it's
all
Ryan
the
to throw
time.
first.
And because he's been
Game
good on
on.
those two doubles, that's why he's in this good position tonight, / this morning.
100.
And why he had a pretty good time of it in Group A as well, getting a top 3 spot there.
Yeah, great run from Rob Collins that was ended by Greg Ritchie in a last leg decider in the last match he
100.
played.
$99. $140.
Ryan's going to have to go 18s here. You just wonder if he's going to be lumbered in the
26.
bottom 2 with Stephen Burton. If it is to be a Rob Collins win, we would have a perfect pattern of points
41.
in Group B. It would be 0 for Burton, 2 for Palmer, 4 for Thornton, 6 for Collins, and 8 for Ritchie. A perfect
60.
ladder.
Is it just me, or does that seem to happen quite a lot on the opening night of this group?
That wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Many a time we've seen people locked on
140.
certain points totals and everything's to play for, but I think it would be really nice to have that pattern going into the
100.
Friday evening session, which starts
Robbie
at 10 o'clock
require
again, of course,
80.
live on Sporty Stuff TV. Collins at 10s. Celebration imminent.
Game shot.
There
on
it
the
is.
third
It's a
leg.
1. Oh, and a
Rob
two-hander, sorry.
Collins.
He knows where the cameras are. Seemed to know which one was going to go on him then as well.
Fourth leg,
been
it's
here
Rob
enough.
to throw first. Game on.
Wonder how many games he's played in his Super Series career. Let's have a little look at that.
100.
Rob Collins is now playing his 173rd game.
94.
He's won twice tonight, so he's currently got 74 victories. His win percentage is around about 44%. That's not
82.
bad, but when you think about what Stephen Burton was sitting on before tonight, that's just a shade under 60% in his whole career
81.
with us. Vastly different.
Yeah, it's been an evening of expecting the unexpected. And with the closeness of the games featuring Ryan Palmer in particular this
125.
evening, I don't think anybody was expecting a whitewash win for either player in this one.
Not at all, no. But maybe
100.
Ryan has hit the wall a little bit. But one of the reasons that this game is in this position is because of the fact that Rob has been excellent when he got to the double. 50% in fact.
58.
He might be feeling like his dart shirt clawed at.
100. Rob, you require 136.
Well, it hasn't been the lion roaring in this one, and we may see Rob's roar. We may still see it because 126 is a big ask.
82.
Despite it being a slightly more favourable finish than 136. It is going to be a dart at the bullseye.
93.
But nowhere near. And Rob Collins can wrap up a
54.
fabulous victory. On tops.
34. Ryan, you require 33.
To stay in it. Double 16.
1.
Well, 1
Rob, you require 20.
is the call, and that is the amount of matches that he's won tonight.
$10.
Or should I say so far tonight.
Ryan, you require 32. Game
As
shot.
the game
the
goes on.
foreplay. Ryan Palmer.
Let you into a little secret here at the Super Series. Behind the scenes content.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
There is a little bit of a
100.
walk from here to the TV gantry up on the balcony. And Paul Nicholson had already started it, assuming that Rob Collins was going to win that leg.
140.
And the cheeky monkey hasn't come back.
180.
And he might have to come back because Ryan Palmer might be coming back in this match.
Rob
Rob Collins may have saved him a few steps there.
100.
Great answer, 180.
91.
To the one that Palmer hit,
Ryan, you
but
require
Ryan
121.
will look at 121. Treble 17 leaves the bull.
96.
Oh, that's how close. That's how close
Rob,
he was.
require 90.
What does Collins get a dart at? What does he get a dart at? It's double 5.
80.
But he fails
Ryan,
to find
you require
it.
25.
And suddenly, Palmer is back in the match. Or will be if he hits double 4.
21.
Well, how many invitations
Rob,
do you need?
require 10. Game
No more on
shot,
offer.
and the match.
Rob Collins
Rob
completes the
Collins.
victory. A 4-1 success to cap off an excellent night's work for him. He defeats Ryan Palmer, the debutant here at the Super Series. A 90 average for Rob Collins, a high checkout of 80. But you don't want to hear much more from me because Paul Nicholson has been upstairs waiting with Abby for about the last 5 minutes. So let's go and catch up with them to end the evening's action.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. Superb way to end the evening there for Rob Collins. But I think we need to talk about Greg Ritchie, don't we? A superb day for him. And fantastic to hear a bit of Lou Reed coming out from the speakers as well. So well done to Stefan for that one. But yeah, really fantastic day from Greg.
I'm really pleased for him. He's a very tenacious young player. And I think the way he has acquitted himself tonight, especially getting that confidence at the very start of the night by hitting so many doubles without any misses. Oh, just incredible stuff. But he showed two different sides to himself tonight. The dominant side, and after that, the plucky side. Playing someone like Robert Thornton, who is obviously someone he looks up to, That'll mean a lot to him, that victory, and that could stand him in good stead for the rest of the week.
Yeah, we can have a look at how things stand in the league table with, of course, tomorrow's evening session still to be played. But yeah, from Greg Ritchie, as you said, there were some games in there where he was so clinical on the outer ring, somewhere he was averaging, you know, just 25% on the outer ring. So really impressive that he could do it both ways. For Robert Thornton, 4 points going into tomorrow's session. You feel like he'll probably have enough, especially given the way he started the evening session. He tailed off a little bit towards the end, but started very well.
He did tail off a little bit at the end, but I think what is really telling about Robert is that when he was in a really bad position against Greg Ritchie in that last match, he still kept going, and by winning a few legs in that match, that might be the difference between qualifying and not qualifying. This group is going to go down to the wire. Now, everybody's in a very different position. Everybody's on a different points scale, but things could be flipped around tomorrow and make things really interesting.
Do you still think Stephen Burton can get through from Group B?
Yes, I do. I think if he gets 6 points tomorrow, he could still make it. But I just get the feeling he might need to win all 4.
Absolutely. We have, of course, got Group C coming to a conclusion tomorrow morning from 9:30. We can take a look at the league standings going into that session. It is Martin Adams who tops the table ahead of that session, joint on points, of course, with Peter Jakes. Do you still believe it will be those two who come through that group?
You know how stubborn I am, Abby, but as much as I think I should change my mind and maybe go for Ryan Murray, who's, in my opinion, going to be on 8 points by the time that Martin plays against Peter, I just get the feeling that Jakesy has got enough of a head of steam and Martin's got enough class to get the job done. So I'm going to go for the 2 Englishmen.
Most definitely. Right then, that is how things stand after our first day of action in Groups B and C. A reminder that you can join us here on Saturday evening. Visit dartshop.tv to get your tickets, and you get a free drink on us as well. What more could you possibly want? And to make things even better, I'm not going to be here, which I think will... yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. There might be a bit more interest now that I've said that. So please do come and join us on Saturday evening for finals night. We've got one player already there in Daniel Closer. Who will join him? We'll find out tomorrow. We get underway from 9:30 a.m. We'll see you there.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.